urgently as you can to get problems resolved. But I want to make sure that I'm at a disadvantage here. I'm not seeing what you're seeing, and I'm not touching what you're touching. So always try to help me out. Now, if your first instinct is to call Trina with a technical problem, that's not really the best avenue to go to, as far as she is not going to help you in your resolve. Corey and I are. So your first call for technical support is to me and Corey. So that's, let's make sure we get that out. Now, informing Trina that there's a problem, fine. But we're going to do everything we can to make sure that we resolve this problem. We are less likely to go, well, don't worry about it on this one. I will worry about it on this one. Now, getting there in the morning. Time is the solution to every problem. If I don't have time, if we don't have time, if it's 5 minutes before a meeting started, I get a little anxious because I'm having to now tell you exactly what you need to know when you need to know it. And it's much easier when I can tell you 30 minutes or maybe 45 minutes before a meeting starts because we've tested everything. That's number one. What else? Always, no, never. Never mind. So we're here to help you. We're here to support. Yes, Anthony. That's okay. Stop. Ask your question. 4 years ago, I was like, and I was getting back, like, work around, out and all that. That's out there that you might be able to use for where to go. It can be, but one of the problems that we have there with that is we are on network systems that may not allow that. And sometimes it's difficult to log you in or log me into your computer because that requires a application that needs to go on every computer, and I need to know exactly what computer I'm talking to. And we tried doing that for a while, and CJ tried to do that for a while, which is a remote login process. And for the most part, it can be effective, but again, time is everything. I can't do that 5 minutes before a meeting starts. It'll mess things up. Yeah, that's a fair thing. But it's not. We don't find it always as effective as it seems. So we tried doing that at one point, but it kept getting fouled with security problems and issues with network stuff. Now, if you're not familiar, yes. Oh, okay, that's fine. No, you must sit. No. When you're on somebody else's network, yes, hi. So when you're on somebody else's network, if you're not familiar with speedtest.org, become familiar with it. It'll tell you how much upload speed and download speed you have on a computer. And if we're having internet conductivity issues, being not consistent or falling off all the time, that may be a process. Again, it's one of those things you do the day before. This is, start up your exploit recording and broadcast to it, and let me know that you're testing. Let me know that you're getting going, because I'll monitor you online. Definitely. So try to make sure and understand that we're here to help, but it's chaotic when it's 5 minutes before a meeting. Simple as As far as the processes and what we're going to be doing as far as production processes, vMix versus TriCaster, we are kind of, with the exception of local stuff, we're trying to get all of the Anycast systems off the state level, and so keep your ears and eyes open today, because this is going to be important for all of us in the future as far as what we do. We all have enough productions under our belts here that we should be a lot more along as far as what the understanding is as far as how we're doing stuff. And the opportunity to learn the systems and understand the systems and ask the questions that need to be asked are there in front of us when we're doing setting up. And so take that opportunity. That's why Trina and I do a lot of effort in demanding that we get time to come in the day before and set up. So I want to make sure that you guys take advantage of that time and take advantage of that process. Let's see, what else do we want to cover? Yes, Anthony. Hold on. We're trying to record this, Anthony. That's what we're trying to do. So these are important things, and please, let's discuss them.
Yeah, for example, the situation we had in Sacramento a couple of weeks back was not exactly us not testing it the day before, because everything worked the day before. Mm-hmm. It was what happened in the morning before the meeting, which was something that did not happen the day before when we tested everything. So that type of situation happening, sometimes it is kind of down to the wire, but it's, that's why I think getting the early and getting everything tested, even starting the stream way early, starting the recording, you'll be able to edit whatever you need to. Absolutely. Like to know that everything is working easily 30 to 45 minutes before, easily. Yeah. I think it's good.
As a general rule, the kind of the rule of the process is to get there 2 hours before the meeting. I want to see XSplit up and running. I want to be able to test that from the office. I'm there very early in the morning at the office, every production that we do, to be that guy that can see everything, that can see what the public is seeing. So don't delay in starting zooming up, and don't delay in starting the stream process happening. Again, these problems will show their ugly head within 10 minutes of you starting the stream. So if you wait on that, that means that opportunity to help you fix something is lost, is gone. And so definitely try to do your best to get that running as early and as possible in the process. Always, no, never I did that one. Okay. What else? So just to recap, technical problems, don't call Trina first. Call us first. And I will answer the phone in my underwear at my home if I'm late running. Go ahead, Steve.
So we get it, get the XSplit going early, get Zoom going early. I'm thinking of the time in San Diego when, regarding Zoom, the people that get there don't get there till 10 minutes before the meeting starts, and somebody's got a mic on, we can't find so here we are, we're ready to go, but we don't give Zoom passwords out to the people an hour and a half before they get there because they're not there. They get there 10 minutes, they get their password, someone's got a mic on. How are we going to, at 10 minutes till, find out, just a minute, somebody's got an echo in here, somebody shouldn't be a co-host or what have you regarding Zoom 10 minutes before when they get there? How do we beat that?
Large weapons, sticks. We can't control them. Yeah. When it's a client-related issue like that, we don't have much control of that. Of course, we always suggest to clerks that anybody that is going to be on Zoom logs in a half an hour before the meeting happens. We request that people that are having laptops that are on in the room that we're doing, that we mute their microphones and mute their speakers, and they're concerned about their part of the meeting. And we do our best in trying to convey that. But those are the those are the moments that you want to have everything working so that you can address those kind of problems. So if you're having to work with other elements of our production process, we're not available for them. I'm driving the process home very hard with our agencies that I'm putting them in responsibility of their own PowerPoints. I'm putting them in charge of their own responsibilities as far as managing the public on the Zoom process. It's way confusing, and I know you guys have been on some shoots with Bill, and he wants to run the presentations and all that kind of stuff, but that kind of takes it away, takes one guy out of the game, the lead on that game, to get all that organized right before a meeting starts. And so that can be very challenging for us when we're experiencing system issues, or even getting yourselves together as far as the organization of the meeting stuff. Now, Travis is doing a great job in putting together all of our PO thirds together, and they're numbered, 1 through whatever they are. And one of the other opportunities that I'd like you to do is whoever is switching, or maybe even a second, to go through the bottom thirds and on the agenda indicate what bottom third is relating to what bottom third, whether it's on the TriCaster or the remix, so that item 1 isn't always item 1, it's usually the blank slide. And when you start getting down to item 5A and 5B, they're not labeled 5A or 5B on CG, they're labeled number 17. And that's fine if you want to take that time, but that's involved. That's a lot harder a solution than notating that item 5A is slide number 17 on the agendas. I mean, for me, that renaming process seems a little more involved than just notating that item 5A is is CG number 3. So tell me which one's easier for you. Hmm? Hmm?
Okay, there we go. Quick apology for jumping in right in the middle of this. I know you're trying to ask a question, and I apologize. But this is actually a very important point and part of this training. We do conferences, we do meetings. It is literally our job to capture the meeting involving what is happening at that meeting, including the audio and the questions asked. I have asked you, I love you, Anthony, and other people here. Please speak into the lectern, or it is not being recorded. Okay, we have to tell people this at our meetings, because if they yell out from the audience, like, your question was not heard by the people on Zoom or for our recording, because this is going to be part of our training video series. So that's what I was trying to iterate, and I just apologize at the same time. So Hank's calling out over here, you're probably like, guys, no one is hearing this in the recording when we're done. So this is just an example of where we need to step up and be in control of the meeting itself. So, like, this bit me at the last meeting we did for Vistra, is that I didn't make it clear, you need to be on it with your people on the microphone, or they will not be heard. They will only hear the response to the question. So in order for this to be logged in another way, we need to be making sure that happens. So I was trying to make that happen. I was saying, please be lecturing. If I was just being, I don't know, being a dick about it, I don't know, whichever one. But at the same time, it's like, no, there's a reason. There is a reason. So if you have a question and a response, please speak into the lectern. Next time I will wire in 2 wireless mics so we can walk around the audience and hold them in your face. All right, thank you.
Do you want to be a part of it? How do you want to? Yeah, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Matthews.
And I'm not talking for the obvious reasons, my voice is shot, but I got
gotta get in here. There should be a floor pot hooked up here, a boundary mic someplace. Well, it's a compromised version of the audio, but the switcher should be, or the audio, if you've got that split, should, if the audience participant insists on standing out in the back like Anthony is, bring it in with that boundary mic. You have some control over this, and it doesn't have to be a complete loss. So it's a good place to train that as well. It is not a quality audio, but it is a version that is a compromised version that at least tells the public on the other end what's going on. The bottom line of this is we're trying to convey a story to people who aren't in the room. Any damn way that we can do that is fulfilling our obligation. Okay? So there's a lot of other things that we'll probably run into, but this is a good example of that.
Yeah. So we'll open up this way. So Steve brings up a great point. Is if we don't capture it, we're not doing our job. Period. It's really important that we take every opportunity to make sure that we can capture the meeting. And these are all things that are part of the meeting protocol that we have been kind of laxed on. And so it's very, very important that we have that opportunity in the setup time. And I can't stress this enough, that this setup time, we have to be prepared for any eventuality, any process. A person speaking from the audience is a perfect example. A failure on our part not setting up the hard drive camera that is separate from the entire system, so if we had a system failure and they consist on continuing the meeting, that we have some method for capturing these things. And we have to, as professionals in this business, be ready and be prepared for when shit falls apart. And these things, these systems that we're putting together have a lot of bugs and a lot of quirks to them, and that if we don't acknowledge that process, we're going to make a big mistake on not capturing that meeting. And, it is a very, very difficult decision when a client wants the meeting done for free from us because we didn't capture 5 minutes of a segment of the meeting. That's a very difficult conversation for us. And it could affect how we get paid. And remember, we get paid, so you guys get paid. And we're professionals here. We're all professionals. Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, along these lines, Bob, we have audio mics that we'll put out, and you know what I mean by that? When you bring, like a backup camera, we also have, I guess, an audio, just audio. Some meetings we usually, some we don't. Is there a standard rule that
the standard rule is we should be doing these things.
Because this isn't my experience.
Right. It gets kind of pushed off to the side. It's a secondary thing. We won't need that this meeting. It's a mistake to make those choices. We make choices when we're on site. Right. And the choices that we make will affect the overall outcome of the meeting. Do you guys trust all this stuff to work every time? I don't. I mean, for those who have seen me on productions and seen the intensity that I have on productions, is because I'm not allowed to walk away from that production without capturing everything. So when we fail in doing those things because we're complacent or just lazy or just not thinking of it at the time, those are choices that we make within our professional product that we put out. And those will come back to bite us.
So every band kit has audio mics in it.
Every van has a hard drive camera and this is a camera that's just set up by itself. It can be, I recommend it being close to a speaker so it can get as best the audio it can. Because if there's audio in the room, the agencies think that it can continue this process. So a hard drive camera that's separate from our production processes, a audio recorder that can capture audio, just audio, separate from our process, are safety valves. There are safeties in capturing these meetings. And these agencies are nervous and they're intense and they have to drive their agenda in the meeting because they're not allowed to walk away without handling their business. And that's what we're there to do, is to capture their part of the business. And we have to accept that. We have to realize that. So take every opportunity on the setup day to make sure that you're covering your asses. Because that's exactly what we're doing, is we're covering our asses on this stuff. I get very nervous with the comment, it was what it was, or it is what it is. That's not an acceptable excuse. Because we have these opportunities to make these things happen. And, shit does happen. And we have to be prepared for the shit that happens.
So, yeah, along those lines, there's no such thing as too many redundant recordings of this. I mean, there is a limit to what we can produce in the room. But the other thing that is motivating and drive here is, in some form or another, we're covering their asses because this is the only form of minutes that they are doing anymore in most cases. We are the legal minutes of record. So if we don't create a complete record, then we truly fail both the agency and the public. That's where I've always come from. Where was I going? Also starved for oxygen. In most cases, I know all bands have at least one boundary mic. One boundary mic can go into the system on a separate line. In the Anycast, we used to bring it in as a number 2 line audio because it had that capability. So even if the number 1 line, which is the audio system, the mixer, the separate audio mixer system, you could bring in the number 2, okay? If there's 2 boundary mics in the bands, and I think we've got enough to do that, we just need to confirm that that's what's happening out there before I say, okay, you're at fault for not hooking it up or something. The second one should go like straight to the audio recorder, to the Marantz or when we got the Zoom, another Zoom, audio recorder. You could deploy both of those that way and they'd be in and out of the main system, okay? Again, it's compromised audio, so placement, like Bob said, of the boundary mic is important. If your main audio system goes down, it's not going to help a lot to have it right next to a speaker, but in best case scenario, that would be your best audio input. The other thing I used to do is place one right there in front of the podium. That way you're getting the public input and as close as you can get to everybody that's up here, all of the staff on board. If you got something that's at least clean, we can work with it in post too. And this is all post stuff. This is worst case scenario shit. But you got to have it in place in order to even have it at the other end. This is a lot like flying a plane. Any goddamn landing that you can walk away from with the product in the can is a win. So, and that's what you have to keep in the back of your mind because basically you're out there designing, we're throwing in the equipment, but you guys are actually designing the studio that all of this is happening in. Okay? We're designing the type of studio that's going to be through the equipment, but how you guys put it together out there is what is going to end up being the studio that you're working in. So I can't carry the thought any further at this point, so I'll let it be.
I've got some comments to add on. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let me throw in here a couple of things to add on to that. First off, let me say I'm 100% certain, with no joke here whatsoever, you have never been, any of you, on a shoot where you did not have a necessary piece of equipment. I say that with perfect sincerity, and if my nose could go at this point, it would. I know certainly things have been missed, absolutely. It always happens, and that leads me to my next point, something that really this meeting is also about. Aside from training a new system, which is vMix, and trying to get that, the fluidity of that system trained across, is also a background of troubleshooting. Okay, even this morning, I had the people coming in this morning, and I love the attitude everybody is, hey, can I help you with something? And one of my biggest failures, specifically in things like this, where I am in a new territory, learning new things and trying new things and theoretical things, sometimes I don't have the answer for you when you ask me, can I help you with something? Because honestly, there are steps to it that I know that no one else does. And I have to go through those and get them done. Sometimes there are steps that some people make that could have been followed through, that happened quite a bit this morning. But again, that was assumption based on my part rather than better direction and better communication. So just this morning I said, please set up microphones, please set up these devices, this. I came back to several devices, there was no power plugged in. The microphones wouldn't follow, the audio didn't go from one point to the next point. I did not say do those things. Now, I am used to usually utilizing the same crew, and they know the way I think, and they know when I say, please set up this device, they know it means set it up, test it, and make sure it goes through the flow to where it needs to be. Okay, that is what I mean when I say those things. Now, it's my fault. I made that assumption this morning on several things. I'm not blaming anyone. That's 100% on me because I had too much in my brain. A little bit Bob. But yeah, it's all Bob's fault. It's always, no, I'm kidding. Anyway, so that is one of my biggest, most recent issues, and what's been, is that I'm getting very into the theoretical on some of these things and what we're doing, so we can expand. One thing we've had in several areas is non-redundancies. I had one of those at a very big conference. Our mixer completely died. Now, I had to think of 3 different ways to change the situation. It got harder and harder. Communication broke down because once you run into a problem that we don't have a redundant mixer in these kits. There were other things I could have done, I thought about later, but the ability to problem solve in the moment is not something that is in every single person, but we need to start training it across. Okay, it's understanding the flow of how we set this up, understanding how we put it all together, is not something that one person can hold all in their head and expect everything to go perfect. We all need to start learning, yes. In the olden days, we did used to do that. One person carried the thread, and that does help in leadership. But it also helps that every single person can be troubleshooting an issue, that we can all move forward at the same time and say, this could be what's going on. We also absolutely need to work on the way we speak to each other on these shoots. We're all peers. There is generally a lead, and there's a level of respect that needs to be given. But there is no call for over-aggression. There is no call for treating someone poorly. There is no call for name-calling. And that has been, unfortunately, an issue that has arisen in the last several months. And that we will be meeting that out more and more because there is no call to disrespect someone on these shoots. We are all there together. We are a unit. That I want to make that very clear. Okay? And I apologize because I also get very snippy. So it does happen, but that's because I'm overstressed and I forgot something and, when my girlfriend's calling, whatever. It's all good. Anyway, so we're going today. I have a few different points I want to start on. I want to do a full head-end setup, is what that table 4 is in the middle of the room. We'll be doing it with a vMix, so I expect from the point of vMix today, we're essentially using it exactly as the TriCasters, which is what I'm teaching it as. It will be used very similarly. It will set up much easier than TriCaster because it's a laptop. It is not a full PC with a monitor with peripherals, the mouse, the keyboard, the monitor all built in. We will have a wireless mouse with it, and it works very much the same. You just send an HDMI cable out into the Pro 60, and it goes right into the Zoom meeting the way we stand to do. Now, we do have an advanced setup running here today of Linux that I'm hoping to get to one day, but I will not be teaching that today. I'm only going to be teaching the direct TriCaster replacement. So as we go forward, it's just an easy change from one to the next, because I really want to see you guys getting into the fluidity of it. I want you to start seeing the possibility of the unit, and that starts with just seeing the basic function. Now, aside from that, I also want to talk more about troubleshooting. I also will be giving a little bit of discussion on IP conflicts. It was insisted to me that be done today, because we are using what's called NDI. Now, I can't exactly remember what those three letters mean right now, but in network display, thank you, network display interface. What that means is all of our video, data, and power travel over one cable, the Ethernet cables, which means they are the most important cables to have the abundance of, take good care of, and pay close attention to our networks and their IP addresses. That will be given later on. Steve actually already pretty much covered the vision statement I kind of want to go over today, which is why we do what we do, and he already said we do a disservice to the public and the agency when we get our job wrong. 99% of the time, you guys do a fabulous job. There are little shortfalls that happen all the time, and it's no single person's fault. It's everyone failing together. No, I'm kidding. But from that point, we all need to be there to catch when someone else drops. That's this morning that I communicated that with my team. I would have been a bit more set when you guys arrived, but I also wanted some time for you guys to mill around, and really you guys did your own learning by walking over and checking out the system as Dakota and Ray were setting it up over there, and I appreciate you both, I think. I appreciate you and Ryan. Actually, Ryan, I don't appreciate you as much, but thanks. Thank you guys all for being here. We'll get started in just a minute on that Linux. I would like to take, unless somebody else got more comments, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute just before we jump in, and then we'll get back on there just so I can just add a second before we start, and then I'll select a group to start with the head-end setup while I'm explaining Linux as we go. Can I ask a question? Yes, you can. Okay, that's why I was standing here. No, I figured that was it, but actually, sorry, I got distracted. That's okay. All right. And it would just, you mentioned Pro 60. I hate saying this, but I don't know what Pro 60 is, and I feel like I should know. So, yes, you should know. So here's the thing: is you all have cameras. You all have cameras on your phones and stuff. Take pictures of things. Take pictures of your setup. We're trying to also get pictures of the room as well. But you guys have all been on shoots. You guys have all been on productions, and you all have been in a space where you can teach yourself what things are. And so do that service to us. Do that professional service. You know who taught me? No one taught me how to do this stuff. I had to guess along as it only took a couple years to do. But I mean, I have thousands of pictures of stuff that I will take pictures of just so I have a record of what either I did or where it was, or if there's an error message that I'm not sure of, take a picture of it. These are the opportunities to grab that information when it's sitting right in front of you. Otherwise, you won't take that opportunity, and then you're going to try to describe it to me. And I love the statement, well, something weird happened, and then you try to convey a scenario or a situation that I have no clue what you're trying to get across, because I have no visual reference of it. So there's that, and I know you guys all want to know how this stuff goes and works, and ask questions to us when we are setting things up. But sometimes the moment may be wrong, because we're trying to think of the consequences of setting something up in a specific way, and our little brains are working as hard as they can to do the thing, rather than trying to take the moment to carefully explain it to you
exactly what we're thinking of at the moment that we're thinking it, and that's it's a struggle for us. It's a struggle for me to stop. Questions are easy. Answers are hard. And so coming down to the answers, so I can be short and abrupt when a question is asked of me, when I'm trying to figure out a configuration. Same with Corey. We're trying to figure out what that, and I know you're wanting to ask and you're wanting to learn, but there's timing for everything, and it's not easy to convey that in a method that we can convey to you with an absolute certain that you're going to get it. That we may not answer it in a complete form, and it's personally for myself, you guys have all talked to me on the phone when you've had problems, and I can be quite abrupt because I want to get to the bottom line of the fix. And I'm very sorry if I've lost my patience with anyone here, but it can happen because I'm getting a vague, I have to solve the problem. I have to answer the question. And it's hard when the question is vague. And so there's that. And know that I know everybody's trying to do the best they possibly can in trying to resolve the problem, but it also is a challenge for me to remember every detail that you're going to need to know. So please have patience with me.
I actually have to add on here as well. We just throw in, there was one more element I forgot to throw in. Yes, patience 100% of the time. But also, another thing we're going to be teaching today, I also had another thought in the remix process there. Camera leveling and angles is something that we'll also be going over today. Not all of you need an adjustment on this at all. Some do. Every once in a while we just need to make a little adjustment. There's something called headroom. So if you can see the monitors in the room, which I know you can see my name tag saying whatever name is there. I'm not sure who I am today, but that's whatever it is. I know Carla over here on my right had some great points. But essentially, you can see my name, you can see my face, you can see me gesturing. You don't see a lot of room up here. And that's called having a little headroom. You don't really want a lot of headroom. I see shots that are way too far back, no headroom, and then no nameplate. Now, there is some discussion back and forth. There's been some people who go across and they say sometimes it's better not to have the nameplate and be zoomed in more on the face. There's not as much going on. There are times for that, but for the through point thought is that we would like to have them on camera, visible, able to see their face with a nameplate so people know who they are. That is what our hope and goal is as we go forward. We may be metering out a way to, you can come up to the lectern, I'm just one last point on this. We will eventually be working on a process of adding their name in a bottom third process, which we will go forward with at some point, but that will need to be tested thoroughly before it's pushed out. Any questions?
Yeah, with having your name tag and the person be there with enough headroom, sometimes the question comes up from leads that I've been on shoots with where they're like, zoom in so you're not getting the two other people that are, because sometimes the dais is scrunched and it's difficult to not get that person without getting the shoulders and possibly the side of their heads of the people sitting beside them. Mm-hmm. So with the aspect of what you just said, what do you suggest we do in that situation?
Well, I mean, we have a disadvantage. As one of the advantages that we had in the old days is we were standard definition, which means we weren't as wide a shot as we are now. So you're going to have to do the best you can within the circumstance. There is no absolute answer to that question, because each time that scenario is going to be, and that's one of the reasons why we like to display in the room what we are shooting, is so that people, if they're caught on camera, that they're not speaking, and when they assume that they're not speaking, they assume they're not on camera. It can give them a reference point so that they can see that they are on camera, and if they need to shift to the side or not pick their nose, so there's no hard, fast, just do this and it'll all be fine. We are trying to capture as much of that information, headroom, name tag. What we catch on the outside sometimes will happen, and often does.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of a suggestion I think some of the other technicians have done in the past, which I heard was actually taking off the CG for just like 5 seconds, so it actually does have a shot of the name tag. Bringing back the CG and kind of just going back and forth. It sounds like an extra big old part of the process, but you still might be able to get that single shot. And if you're taking the CG on and off.
That's a great solution. That is a great solution.
We've been talking about, and I
Turn your microphone on. Turn your microphone on.
it is on.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
That means that somebody over there is.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, we got a lot to cover here. We're going to comment the shot composition stuff actually at the switcher.
Yeah, I made a redetermination on that while we were thinking about it. I think what I'll do is have the cameras focused in on the back of the head-end table, and we'll go through with a couple people doing the setup, but go through each device as it's being set up and what its function is. I think that would be a good idea. Just specifically address what Steve, somebody doesn't know the device that we're for. We could use that as a way of pushing that forward a little bit, so that way as we go, and then we'll focus in on the remix. But it won't kill us to take an extra few minutes just to display that.
Yeah, and we'll talk about lead and all that stuff that didn't come up in this cross stuff. Without going into my whole dissertation about the evolutionary process of AGP video, I would like to share that I actually shot my own personal first frame of government video, standing right there with a Panasonic VHS shoulder camera. And I was doing camera audio, but I'd seen some others from around the country in my research that did that and went, no, that's too shitty. At that moment, this old man walked up and got a hearing device and went and sat down, and I went, oh, shit. So I walked up and I got a hearing device. It's on 1/8 inch. I plugged it in my camera. And I had rock solid audio because it was coming out of the system. And then I graduated to 2 cameras, about a secondhand 1983 2-piece Panasonic that was a camera and a hip pack recorder, and just used the camera and ran it into a VHS home deck that I had, and one that I borrowed from Zeke. Okay, that's how long Zeke has been around. And a third one that I borrowed from another friend because I immediately knew that I needed a redundancy system, that I wasn't going to bank it all on just a one-pass thing. And I also realized that I wanted a copy for the library, a copy for air, and a copy for the city. So those 3 masters were first-gen masters, and those were the ones that got distributed. It goes on, but part of what I wanted to say that this is such an evolutionary process that for 20 years, my crew that I went out with never set up a head end. Regrettably, I set the head end up because I wanted to know exactly what my ship was doing, okay? And if I broke that up, anything could happen because if you don't communicate well, which I obviously wasn't in those days, but our system was different. It was, I would set up the head end and have somebody set up the audio and another person set up the cameras. And whoever got done first on the audio or the cameras would set up presentation systems. And they'd bring the ends to me and I'd wire it all in. okay? It doesn't work that way anymore, and it's gotten really so technical that everybody needs to know more about everything in order to make this thing work. So, in the overall timeline of things, this is a whole different approach. It's going to need a lot more communication between all of you. And I think Corey actually has seen that since the beginning and has been working things that way. I haven't been on the road since pre-COVID, okay? A lot of things happen. Now, I just in the last less than a year come to the realization that my health, I wouldn't even be able to. I wouldn't be able to do the shit I used to do, okay? If you guys didn't get the shit in, I'd bring it all in. You know what I mean? It was a different time. It's, I guess what I'm saying is I encourage everybody to learn as much as you can, but not everybody's on the same baseline technologically. So, for those that don't see the whole line, pick the things that you feel an affinity for and start working your way up through it. I mean, if you feel stronger and have a little more aptitude for audio, then work the audio. If you see the whole damn line, then look at the specifics of what we're doing, you know, and learn each of those individual devices in the chain. You need to know what the equipment will do in order to understand what it is doing. I don't know. I'm starting to... Is that clear enough? Does that make sense to all you guys? But I think everybody that really wants to be in the game has got a place here. Just has to, you know, figure out how to get through the maze of learning that it is going to take to do it. So everybody's got stronger characteristics in some areas than others. Work with what you feel best at.
With the goal in mind, is there, supposing we all come to a level of more than satisfactory for Corey and Bob and you, Steve, I'm thinking outside the box here, will there be more shoots? And this is a huge state.
There can be a lot of words in the grow this thing.
That's what I asked.
A lot bigger than we dare to right now. We need more employees. And while you guys are out there, anybody you see that actually, we got to shop them though. We got to start hiring people truly with an aptitude and a motivation to learn the shit that they need to learn to do the job. Their motivator for doing it can be different. For me, one, I wanted to bring government to the people. I really goddamn did. I couldn't get my point across at the podium because that's where I started enough to change things. But if I took the podium to everybody else out there, it'd magnify by 100-fold or more. And that's what's happened, okay? Now it's even bigger than that because of the goddamn Zoom, which is a blessing and a curse. It's, yeah, you know, that changed the game so dramatically that it's not even definable. But it does get it to a lot more of the population. And like I said again, you know, what I really wanted was the general public to be aware of what the hell was going on in this room and to get them involved. Some just by observation, some by participation. You know, there's a whole lot of levels. And that's what we're continuing to do. It also has become, as a result of that, a service to the state of California, counties, cities, extrapolation CSDs. But we can only handle as much as we can handle right now. What we've come up with this new system, I think, is really rapidly and economically replicable. So we could, with enough employees, start managing more, so everybody would have more work. The biggest trick of this damn game from the beginning is that some of you get to work every day, some of you work twice a month. It's hard in hell to stay alive on twice a month. I get it. But there's nothing I can do about that either, except get more work, okay? So, anyway, what do you got?
I just have a quick question for you. I just wanted to know viewerships and like how much we're getting on average for those meetings versus like local and state.
Bob's the man on that. Viewerships, he wants to know some analytics, just sample analytics.
In regards to state level shoots, it ranges from like the Delta Independent Science Board, I can get like 12 or 13. Coastal Commission, I'm in the thousands. All right. How many? Oh, no, like in 3,000. Okay. Now, we have two types of viewers. We have some that are on Zoom, so that means they're not watching CalSpan. And then we're getting those that are on CalSpan.
Do we know where we get the records for the views for that, for the channel?
Well, I have an analytics.
We've got them.
Yeah, I share with very specific agencies their stats on who, what, where, in regards to Zoom and regards to live stream. I also do analytics for the overall viewership after a meeting's delayed for a month. So these are things I share specifically with the agents.
I was just kind of curious what our overall.
Well, I think last year I did analytics for our CalSpan. We were in the 70,000 views for archive and log. And so it's up there. And some years, when pandemic hit, it was over 100,000. And so we definitely have the viewership out here. Now, as far as local goes, that's real small. Those are real small analytics. So, it's all depending on topic. We'll have a coastal commission that will be swamped, and then the next day has nothing of value on the agenda, and I got very little. So it's all relative.
Well, like a place like here in Morro Bay where we're at right now, like what would you say for the local side of things? I know it's mostly state stuff we're discussing.
Not a lot. No, I mean, again, it's topic related. Like the power, the battery project brings a lot of people to viewers. The windmill thing definitely, but we're all still in the infancy stage of that. Once things are actually starting to get involved, we're going to see that go through the roof. Exactly.
Yeah,
So
no rock.
we have people that are coming to it, and we can't forget that even if there's 3 versus 300, those 3 are what we're here for. Right. We don't get analytics on Channel 20. Spectrum does not provide that to us. And so there's that. We just don't get it. We can only see what people are watching on slow span, on our live channel broadcast, and but we don't get any analytics on Channel 20.
And does any of those analytics cover like other elements of our production, like we have gotten through like social media or like clips from like the coastal?
No, not so much. Not so much. Those are being handled by the agency director, and we don't get their analytics back. All right. Learn lots. Take pictures. I encourage take pictures. When you're setting stuff up, try to get it all the way done, all the way completed. Meaning,
From end to end.
right.
No
do
broken
it down.
link.
Do it down the tripod.
Before
have
you
to
go
be a lot
piss,
more-
so you don't forget where you left.
Right. We have to be a lot more cleaner
and because it's an insurance potential. If somebody trips on a wire and falls down, breaks a hip, who do you think they're going to sue? The agency and us.
Yeah, going forward, a better understanding of beginning to end cameras, audio, connection points for all people is going to make all of us do a lot better as we go forward. So let's take a quick 5 to 7 minute break, get something to eat, drink something, and we'll jump back in. Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, let's throw that break slide up. Any break slide from any presentation that's currently showing. Actually, Dakota, I don't know if Andrew knows how to do that.
Check, check, check.
I look the road lights. And I don't think that allows me to be terrible. I don't want to make terrible. My kids are about to come by. I don't know. Katie, I'll
Check, check, check. Hey, Ryan, where did Ryan go? Oh, can you grab him? Or actually, Anthony, whoever, just go over to the mixing station, open this up. Check one, check two, check one. Hey, guys, gentlemen, let's all go ahead and find a seat, and then we'll jump in here again. In the audience to start off, because we're gonna actually do one more little quick discussion piece before we jump in on KPI real quick. So everybody good, get situated, get seated, please. Fish out whoever's still outside. Okay, everybody comfy? All right, we're going to have a quick discussion from Kate DeWeese real quick, one of our fabulous employees who does very hard work for the company, on something that we are all absolutely the worst on, which is KPI notes, and also how those are affected when we mess up the shoot and how they become basically worthless from that point. So, on to Kate.
Distribution manager is her title.
I have to do that? Okay, cool. This is fun. Hi, everybody. So KPI, I think most of you are familiar with it. You all actually do a fine job. There's a few things that happen that kind of mess it up. Occasionally, I'll get some where someone's been taking the times off like a wall clock. Like, so 9 a.m., 9:03, completely useless. You have to take it from the data video or whatever.
The XSplit recording
file
time
is
is
actually
what
the
we
best. That's
typically
right.
use.
Okay. So that's like a main one that comes in from newer people. It happens. Do your best. Really, the most useful is the start of the item and then motion and votes. And if there's multiple motions on an item, you have to get all of them. If they make a motion and then they talk about it for 10 minutes, please note when they make the motion and then when they actually take the vote, because I have to do that on my end. If they make a motion, talk about it, and then decide to scrap it or withdraw it, make a note of that, because I note that too. To further break it up, it's good if it's a super long item, like on Coastal Commission or something. Any way you can break it up is helpful to me. Like when they end the presentation and go to public comment, noting public comment is good in general. And then also, if it's a long item, when they go in public comment and go back to the commission, noting that is helpful. Really, that's it. I mean,
I got something to add on to that real quick as well. Just so it's clear to us, so we understand the importance of it, because there are some meetings, local, state, where it's not happening at all, it gets missed, and it's seen as unimportant. Understand, when we drop that back, that does not mean it does not happen. It means the responsibility, which was ours, has now changed to being hers. It means she now has to sit there and re-watch the meeting we just filmed and listen for key moments when things change over. For questions, come up to the lectern, because otherwise they will not be recorded. I appreciate that. Give me 1 second on that. But let's bear in mind, when we fall back, when we make mistakes, it does not mean, oh well, it means that job just now changed to someone else's responsibility, making it harder on them. It adds stress to them. When we make mistakes in filming, that adds on editing, okay? One of the most important things I want to talk about today is one-shot meetings, okay? The way I try to process these things with the way I run XSplit and production is that we have a firm in, a firm out, it's closed, it's clean, it looks attractive, with we're not recording breaks, we're not recording the lunch break, we don't have 45 minutes of nothingness, or a plate recorded for 20 minutes instead of the actual meeting. That is where editing comes in, and that is where all of the excess time for other administrative employees has to go, is dealing with those things. It's a large workflow the more we go and the more we don't lock down on those things. So understand the consequence is not yours, it's hers. She has to deal with that, which is not fair on her. So I just want to make sure that is very understood. So, and also, if you record a 45-minute lunch break, the other times, once that is edited out, she will have to do the math per point on where it is in that recording now for the motion and those things once it's been edited. That is, if after editing, they edit it directly to the second of when they took it in and out. Otherwise, once again, she has to rewatch the entire video. So we could discuss giving that out as a punishment and having to redo KPIs if they're not done properly, because that is a lot of meetings that we produce and do every single week and a lot of time. So that could be a discussion. Thank you guys for listening. That is a very important fact. And then, Kate, if you have any other comments on that?
The other thing I'd like to note is if there is an issue, lower thirds misspelled, or some sort of problem, write it down on the green sheet. And also write it down and note the time, because that's helpful for Bob to edit. And like, it's horrible is when Bob does his edit, I get halfway through KPI and then we find a mistake, and then Bob has to redo his extra work and I have to redo extra work. I mean, your ears are probably burning at that time. Because the other thing I wanted to cover real quick, since I was here and did it, is channel programming. This is mostly for Morro Bay, kind of for county, not so much. Don't play older meetings. If you like are here to film Harbor Advisory, don't then that night play the old Harbor Advisory from a month ago. Same goes for Atascadero. Don't play 2 city council meetings in a row. And you can actually, you have my permission to delete the old files, because it can be confusing because they're all in that lineup. It's hard to read dates. So like if you come in to Morro Bay, you do Harbor Advisory, you go to program after the fact, you notice there's that old meeting, delete it, because we don't need it. So, yeah, anybody got any questions for me? No. No, Morro Bay's one that we don't do. Zone 3, we don't do. I think those are the only 2 that we don't KPI. Everything else, we KPI, so.
In the case of Morro Bay, there was a city manager about 3 managers ago that chose the YouTube route for on the internet. So we're going to actually bring that back out of there because it takes them quite a while to get it up there. And that's not part of our philosophy. I truly wanted to
name this company One Pass Video, because we aired the Masters. The little story I just told you about 3 decks, we aired the Masters. It was really, really rare if we ever had to edit anything. I mean, anything. I took it out of the VCR and put it into the damn channel, and that's what played. It was part of the brilliance of the damn company was we edit in live, in one pass video, okay? While we probably never get back there, I hate to even say that, it is a goal to seek to achieve. I mean, we used to stop and start the recording for all of the stage shoot, for every damn shoot, and do the edit in the field. And a mistake was rare, but it did happen. The systems that we've got now, where Bob decided to err on the side of get too much and we'll edit it, as opposed to, oh, they came back from lunch and forgot to turn on the recorder for half an hour. Okay, that's obviously not gonna work. So we're trying to incorporate some of the philosophy into the new systems, and Corey will talk about that as we go along. Right now, we're still gonna have to, you know, bulk it for a while, but with Bob retiring and stuff, we've got another position. We got Hank is the heir apparent for, at least right now, for doing that, but it not only adds cost to the product, it adds time. And one of the things that we do that literally no other goddamn company doing, and there's very few, we've got 67% of the state's business on this level. Believe it or not, this ragtag company has got 67% of the state of California's video archiving business, okay? It is amazing. That was as of a year ago. I haven't checked lately, but we dug in and got the records. And anyway, oh, Christ, where was I? Back to the one pass video, huh? Yeah, the stopping and starting for right now. I mean, until we get it in a foolproof position with the new vMix system and everything, let's stay with what we're doing. But, the time to get it up. We're up in that day, even if we put up the raw, okay, and then come back with an edited piece, it's, you know, a lot better. But if you're having to put up a raw that's got, you know, 3 hours that got to get trimmed out of it and shit, that's a lot. People that are viewing it right then got to scrub it, got to, you know, there's no KPI yet, so it's a lot cleaner if you can, you know, edit is part of the thinking process.
Actually, on that note, Steve,
Yeah?
there seems to be an issue with the new update for XSplit where the pause button is not working.
Oh, really? Okay.
So
Well, you know
if you
that XSplit
update-
has a pause button because of us, okay? Prior to CJ, there was a kid, Andy Anderson.
Well, we'll have to
And
get back in
he
contact
talked him into putting it in there. So we got to get a hold of him again. That's good to hear.
Yeah,
I
the
didn't
new
know that.
update, it seems like whenever you pause, you may think that it's paused because it goes to that triangle.
Yeah.
But you have to look at the recording time because it looks like it just keeps going. So that's going to be an issue with KPI going forward until that's fixed.
Okay.
So we'll just have to make sure that we notate like when the actual meeting
Right,
starts.
right. Notes fix all of that, as she was saying. You know, notes for her is really all she's asking for. She's still got to go fine tune it, but it makes the fine tuning process that big instead of that big.
Okay. Let me jump back in here. So the next step we're going to jump into here in KPI, you know, obviously it's important. We're also going to go into the fine points of having a clean production using the XSplit system as we go forward. That's something I'd like to keep going until we've made the full switch to vMix. vMix will adapt and grow as we go forward with it, but right now I'm just going to teach a very basic system of it just to have a straight video pass through. And an important part of this, and one I'm going to go over a little bit, is we need to while yes, there is an absolute marriage of systems that goes on here, which is video, audio, recording, streaming, there is also a mental process of having to divorce those things into separate systems. Video, audio, and then recording and streaming in the same one. I'll put those in the same pocket. Video being cameras, are we receiving signal? Are they communicating? Are they talking? Are they moving? Okay, and that goes all through the vMix system to start off. Okay, audio, okay, it needs to be a separate thing. It's just the same thing. It's another form of input to our system. Am I receiving audio? Am I outputting audio onto the speakers properly? Is the audio now flowing into the Zoom, into XSplit? And then we have various interfaces which change that up. Just now, I'm streaming this on my YouTube right now just to do a proof of concept for streaming while we're doing this right now. There's no one watching it, but it is streaming, and I have a audio millisecond changeover to see if it can adjust the audio that we've been having some audio issues. But it was overblown, crazily. Okay, we did the setup, and it had overblown audio on the recording and the thing, and I'm like, what's going on here? And I check out our USB Audio Box 96, and that is a USB audio interface, which brings audio into the computers, which goes into Zoom, which is the recording, which is the stream. The main, or gain is a better way to think about it on that box, it says main, but it is gain, was all the way up. Okay, so, and there were other people there, but checking in, it is everyone's job to verify process, verify audio, verify sound. I understand there's a lead on a meeting and that person overall is responsible, but what we can do to move things forward is pay attention to processes, audio, video, make sure those things are verified applications, that they're going properly, they're being heard properly, and they're being sent properly. If you're mid-meeting and realize I'm not streaming or recording, it is then your responsibility to bring that to the attention of either A, the lead, or deal with it yourself, because we are all responsible and accountable on these shoots. That's one thing. I do not ever come back and say, such and such ruined my shoot. I come back from a shoot and I say, I made a mistake, I failed, something happened. I will never put it on my crew that it is their fault. It's my job to take that responsibility. It's Bob's job to take the responsibility. Any lead's responsibility to just take that and walk with it. Overall, the lead is in charge of that shoot. But it is our job as technicians to verify the information, verify what's happening. It's very easy to think of this job the way I did when I first started, which is it's my job to put the cameras up and set up the tripods, put the cameras on them, run the wire, leave me alone. That was as far as my mindset went based on my age at the time. As I go forward, as I become a better employee and better human being, I'll say it, I find more responsibility and accountability for whatever job I'm in is more useful to everyone around me. So I would just say that is, if you know how it works and it's not working right, make a step to try to get that working properly. Now, the next step we'll jump into, unless
Let
there's
the
more.
let the lead know, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Let the lead know too, and notate this problem happened. Like, oh, by the way, this went wrong. Now, typically we won't have huge errors like that. They do happen. It's occasional. Someone can kick a plug out, and there goes half your production. And in that moment, actually, this is a good moment to touch on something else. We are not there to pretend the agency cannot see us. Okay, when the meeting is running, we do need to be quiet and respectful and trying to be, not causing any, distractions. If there is a problem and something is not being recorded, it is our job and duty to stop the meeting and say, you have to stop. This is not being recorded. It is not going out live. There is an issue. We need a technical break. I know it's difficult, especially some of us are not good at talking to people, and some of us are really not good at stopping a live meeting with microphones right in the middle saying, you have to stop, okay? But we do have to do that. That's important.
Not in that manner.
And not in that manner. I wish, although it is common, I wish Billy was here right now. And it's, some people, it's an emergency. Because if it's not being broadcast, we are out of contract, and we're not following the legalities of what we need to follow. Okay.
Which means they're not. And
Yeah.
that's the higher up the ladder.
Yes, but it's our
problem,
responsibility to
because
pay attention.
now-
Yeah.
Yeah, because now lots of transmission calls for a halt of the meeting. as a legality through the Bagley-Keene.
Absolutely.
But what wouldn't procedure be, just so we're all on the same page, to notify the lead, look, we're not recording, look, we're not streaming. I don't want to
Yeah, no,
step over a lead and someone says, be quiet, you know, shh, we've got a meeting going. Hey, wait a minute, we got an emergency going.
no, absolutely. The protocol is that. I'm just saying the first thought process should be, you know, noticing it. That's really what I'm trying to get towards, is that paying attention to what is going on. We all love being on our phones, okay? We all love, you know, these meetings, I will say this with love, they are not the most vibrant and colorful and interesting content that anyone has ever filmed, okay? It is often difficult not only to pay attention, but to stay awake in different roles in this job. I understand that, okay? This is not something where we're just like, oh, this is amazing. No, it's like, oh, well, one more item, you know, things like that. But it is important that we pay attention to flow. And flow is what we're going to discuss here in a minute when we get into the actual physical building of this. What I'll have us do, because at first I was going to have us each kind of jump up, I'll have Travis do the initial put together. Oh, Dakota, hold on. Yeah, what do you need? Dakota would like to say something real quick. Let's have him jump up.
All right, so you guys, I just wanted to iterate this point for how awesome of a system is that we're about to use, because we had talked about the redundancies, and I'm just curious, who here has been on shoot and the TriCaster just took a dump? Yeah. Yeah, so I've been out yeah, exactly. So I've been out where the TriCaster just stops working, right? And so you have to stop the meeting and tell the people, hey, we're not getting video right now. And then they can choose to just keep on going, which is what happened to me. And so what's really exciting about this vMix is it's easier, it's a lot more portable. So you're gonna have a redundancy. That's what I'm fully expecting, is for you guys to be able to have a second laptop on backup. So if one of them takes a crap, right, you're gonna have another one there. So, which is like super easy to replace. So you're able to keep going. And like the same thing, that's like the whole point that I like to think about, which Corey has taught me and which I've learned being here, is just always thinking about what's the backup, how do we have redundancies, you know, what are our points of failure. So I'm just really excited to go about this with you today. And what's really, really good about having you all here today is I'm a big learner. I really am big on learning from experience. Because when Corey was telling me about the vMix, he was telling me about it and telling me about it and really excited about it, and I didn't understand anything he was saying. And he kept telling me, I kept saying, I don't understand what you're saying. And he kept telling me, because this is really exciting. And so what seems like would be a good system, what I'm hoping is going to work out for us today, is we'll start with someone, and we kind of volunteered Travis to start with the vMix. And so that person's going to get on the vMix and kind of figure it out, and we'll go through the process. And then after Travis is done, we're going to have the next volunteer after that. They're going to come up, and Travis will talk them through the vMix, okay? And then you, after you learn the vMix, whoever is after that will get up, and they're going to talk the next person through it while we're supervising it. That way, you have multiple experiences with this computer today. That is the goal. That is the expectation for today. I hope that works out. And if there are any other questions, you know, feel free to raise your hand, come up to the lectern. And as we go through it, we're going to have it on camera so you can see it on the TV. And so you get to go through this process multiple times in a single day. And that's the goal. Any questions?
I'd like to throw in that as we sit here, though, that as quick as you guys can grasp this system, I've already bought all the equipment for 7 complete systems to roll out, okay? So we're ready to go here as soon as you guys are ready to go. All the laptops are in. We were going to do the laptop as just the backup, as a redundancy backup, and use it for for the streamer or something like that, and do a server system. But I don't know, Corey and CJ seem to be so satisfied with this laptop that we may just stay with that.
We can also add side monitors to it if it makes it easier for some of you guys. We'd like some input to manage the different aspects. You know, 2 or 3 of them, we can put up to 4 total monitors if needs be to separate as we go along the different functions so that they're not in the way of each other. But we got 9 of these already in and 35 brand new cameras, and we're ready to rock when you guys are.
100%.
So,
Okay, so with that, and that's another thing, is the faster we learn this, the faster we get on new systems. We are actually looking at pushing TriCasters back down towards local as we move forward, and slowly eking them out a little bit. It won't be a super fast transition, but of course we want to get everyone up to speed, and that's part of why we're here today. And this meeting will be followed by a leads meeting where we spend a bit more time with the leads on different intricacies and things like that. But today is just an overall general, let's all be on the same page, let's all follow flow and understand flow. You know, so as we go forward, so that way we can all be useful as we step forward and make it easier on all of us. Easy, that's the whole point of this. Let's all cross-train, be our best advocate, and just figure it out together so that we can work together easier. And it's, if one person's like, hey, I can't remember, it's like, oh, I got it, never mind, I remember this portion. So, and this will just be the first, you know, training we have about this, and we'll have others. So that's, especially as vMix advances, because this, again, this is the more basic system. And while the further on system can require, and we'll use probably more monitors on one system, this one should be able to get away with up to just one, or even just the main screen with the basic setting that we're teaching today. So without any further ado on that, it doesn't need to be quiet. We can talk amongst ourselves as we're building, but basically I'd like to go through, have us, you know, because it's a learning thing we're doing here. And we're just going to basically film the back of this table as we're setting up and what each item is and what it's used for in the process. Okay, thank you guys. Let's go ahead and get started. Wireless? Yeah. You good? Okay, and then Travis, whoever you want to utilize as helpers. Actually, Hank, you had something?
And Corey, we are planning on using the MSI laptop right there, right?
That one right there, yeah. I have vMix installed on it, yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. Thank you. It's exactly the same as any type of company computer. It's still Windows, it's still vMix. There is no crossover difference between that and what we're using. Just so we're clear, the type of laptop it is will not make a difference. It is exactly the same software. So that's clear. So, go ahead, I'll have you, Travis, go ahead and just start setting up it'll be, actually let me go through this real quick so you guys follow along. So just like TriCaster, you'll have TriCaster, Zoom Boardroom, Streamer with data video, okay, and today we're just going to do a captioner on the end. Typically we'd have audio computer and captioner. We already have an audio system hooked up. We will show hooking up the USB Audio Box 96, but for today's demonstration, we're not going to put an audio computer in. That can be a separate training that we film as well for anyone who feels a little light on audio. I myself, that is my weakest point. I am not the best with audio, but I am every day having to learn more and get better with it. So I'll let you guys go ahead and move in. Oh, Dakota, you got a question? Oh, the order again. I will give you the order one more time. Okay, it is. This would be vMix or TriCaster, Zoom Boardroom / Zoom Boardroom host. I do both from one computer. I don't find it necessary to have a separate host. Some people do. You are more than allowed to. But for my personal preference, I typically only have the Zoom Boardroom / host because you're not displaying that screen out. One that I'm also not going to be displaying is Room Monitor, which in its current iteration is just one that is somewhere else in the room connected to a TV, connected to Zoom meeting. And there is one over there running, and it's currently displaying what we're doing right now. But we're not going to set one up on this table. There's no need for that today. Okay, but just to see the video pass through from here into Zoom, and then I will run one HDMI cable over from there just so you guys can see, you know, what we're doing. Specifically when we get to the XSplit portion, because I do want to teach a little bit of a different method that we've been doing on that. So I'll let you guys go ahead and get started with the setup, and we'll go over each item as we do it. So just give them instructions, what they need to do, where they need to take power, and what each device.
Okay, so we're starting with power. Maybe a couple power strips here. Probably with a full table, we'd probably use at least 3. But we're going with a smaller setup today, so 2 is probably good. I usually start at the video switching system first. Keep in mind which side of the table you set it up on. It probably depends on, every lead is a little different. I usually try to put the side of the table with the lead sort of closer to the public. So if somebody comes to the table, they're not interrupting the person switching video, because that happens a lot and it's annoying. The person switching may have a preference for which side of the table they can see things better on. Personally, as a lead, I don't care about that, but some people really like that. So if somebody is like really passionate about being on one side of the table or the other, you go with that. So for now, we're just gonna pretend like this is the optimal side to set this up at. So yeah, I usually just start throwing stuff down and then plugging in stuff once like the whole table's up. I don't think that really matters too much. So it looks like we are setting up our network switch. Something I have come to learn recently is that it's best to plug in all of the Ethernet cables first and then plug in the power on the network switch. So my helpers here do not plug that in yet. Although I'm not sure if we're actually plugging in cameras today.
Yeah, we'll set
Okay.
up 5 cams on a table. Let me just throw in something real quick to be on that. We'll set up the cameras just so we can follow the flow of NDI. One thing that's important about the network switches, and the network switches in the green box, I believe is working on right now, and at some point we'll get a shot on one, but basically it does not matter what port, what camera gets plugged into. Essentially, see, that's what we're talking about with hot switching right there. But yeah, so it does not matter what port that it is plugged into. The addresses of the cameras are saved inside the cameras. Okay, they are set to IPs. Okay, they have a designated number that automatically gets read. It does not matter what port they plug into. It just matters that it be a PoE port. Now that means power over Ethernet. But you guys can keep going. I'm just talking. It's the power over Ethernet. It just means that it's receiving power. It's also receiving its data and video control through that one cable. And that's all I wanted to say. Sorry, go ahead.
And some of these switches have 2 banks of ports. Yes. I'm talking about this box right here. This is the switch.
Right, I recognize that box.
Yeah.
But when I plug in cables to the cameras, power's already on, otherwise we can't.
That's because I was doing things incorrectly. This is a new thing that I was just taught this week. So from now on, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to plug everything in, make sure all the cameras are plugged in, turned on the camera, and then we're going to plug on that. So they all power up at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to expand on that just real quick. The reason being, the network switch, another word for that is brain. Essentially, the network switch, when it turns on, you want everything to be plugged into it, because when it first turns on, first boots up, it reads everything that's plugged into it, and then it moves on from that point. When you add things as you go, when it's on, it then starts another stream of communication where it's then relegating those same bits of information, but it actually adds a bit of stress to it. So it helps to actually have it all plugged in at the beginning.
Okay, and just to clarify that some of these switches have
Sorry,
2
Travis, one more second.
groups of ports. Make
I
sure you
said-
get in the right one.
More of a comment with that. as someone who deals with a lot of NDI and stuff like that exactly in this situation, if you're going to constantly come across errors through your things, your first and most thing you're always going to do is restart your network switch. So I would definitely keep that in mind because that happens a lot in the productions I've done in the past with NDI. And even that's on a standalone with nothing else connected to it, these things will still happen on a consistent basis. So just be ready for that kind of problem to happen. But you're doing exactly what you're doing, Travis, is exactly how you should always do it. Network and powering on that network is the last thing you do.
Okay, so my helpers here are setting up laptops. So just as a reminder, the Zoom boardroom is here, the streamer archiver is here, and this is going to be a captioner.
Yes.
The laptops themselves have labels on them. Let's try to stick with what the label corresponds with the role of the laptop. Let's not mix stuff up. So that last computer, can we get one that says captioner mixer?
So can you do the order again, please? Yeah. There were people standing in the way and I didn't see you.
Okay, sorry. Which side of the table should I be on here, by the way, for our recording process? Does it matter? Okay. So for this demonstration process, we're going with a minimized head-in table here. So just keep that in mind that when on an actual shoot, we might have more devices. But just for today, we have our video switching system, which is vMix in this case. We have our Zoom boardroom. And just to reiterate, the one that's called boardroom is the one that's getting audio and video in and out of it. In this case, it is also the Zoom host. Personally, when I'm lead, I have another computer that functions as a Zoom host, but for today, we are simplifying it. The next one in line will be the streamer, and we're also going to have the data video. I usually put it on the left side of it, but you can easily change the extended desktop orientation within Windows if you want to have it on the other side. It doesn't really matter. And then this last one, just for today, this is going to be a captioner.
So we say that this is the bare minimum we would use at a shoot, yes?
It's going to vary. I don't want to say anything firmly that this is, because it's really going to vary depending on what you're doing. You know, some shoots,
We don't have captions.
maybe you're like using, I don't know. It varies. Let's just say that.
It could, because it would be nice if we had in our minds at least some kind of a bare minimum of what we're going to be using at every shoot. Certainly, you're going to use.
Okay, so just to reiterate, if on a shoot that I'm doing as a lead, I have a dedicated Zoom host computer. So if you like pretend that that computer on the end would be a Zoom host, this could be like a minimal setup. But you know, we're often using a room monitor computer. We're often having a audio mixer computer. We often have, you know, and we can like double up. Some of these roles can be done with one computer, can be doing multiple roles, but it kind of depends. And it's kind of hard to really specify that, but like depending on your internet connection, if you have a hardline internet connection, then that makes it more difficult to say, use the audio computer, which connects in that hard line. Then how do you connect the internet to that computer? You need like a Wi-Fi connection. So if you're in that situation, you could do like captioning or something on that same computer. Like I said, it really varies. Okay. So let's try not to get too complicated here. Okay, so it looks like we got a audio interface here. This is the PreSonus AudioBox USB 96. We may have other units in the future or whatnot, so don't get too attached to that name, but this is the audio interface that is plugging into the Zoom boardroom. So just as a reminder, the Zoom boardroom is the one that gets audio and video in and out. So we have a USB connection, plugs into that. And then for video, we have this Hauppauge. This is the Pro 60, by the way. It doesn't actually say it on the device, but That's what this is. I don't think it's hodgepodge. So that unit plugs in USB also to this boardroom computer. And for this vMix system, it has an HDMI output from the laptop, HDMI input on this. Make sure you don't mix up inputs and outputs. The device, once it's powered on, will have lights on it to let you know that it is getting signal. If it has a red light, you probably did something wrong. Should be green.
Just to throw in real quick, and this was something Steve actually just pointed out to me, the Pro 60 itself, okay, that this was questioned earlier, what it specifically does. It is an analog video to digital video converter. Okay, so essentially what it does, it's receiving an HDMI signal input from the laptop. Okay, an output from the laptop, forgive me. An output into the box and then digitally converting that into an H.264 signal, and that's just speak for a little bit faster for streaming. And it pushes that into the laptop through a USB connection. And I just wanted to make that really clear. And the green light signifies video pass-through. It means it's receiving a video signal and sending a video signal. So just like Travis said, if it's red, it is not seeing any signal. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that point. He's doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this whole process is going slow. I'm going to speed this up. You guys all know how to set this stuff up.
Yeah, the data video converter, that is just, again, that's a video pass-through converter. All it's doing is it's accepting an HDMI signal, sending the signal back out to a monitor as well as to wherever it needs to go, and recording it on the way through with the audio, because HDMI carries audio signal if it's routed properly.
This unit is missing a part. Nope, never mind.
I actually would like to take this point because the data video and the TV1 used to travel together. I don't know how many kits they're traveling together in or left out there, but it raises a point that one of those devices was a 5-volt device. The other one is a 12-volt device. Both of them have exactly the same connector. We've had more than I want to remember of these devices burned up. They're $600 a piece. You have to, as a general rule, and I did always, even though I had really good memory about shit, I would always read what I was plugging into what power supply and the voltage on the devices. I would confirm it repeatedly just so I would not make that mistake. I'm OCD on a lot of levels, so I'll give you that. But it is really important to clock what power supply voltage is that you're plugging into what device. It's not always going to be indicated by the type of connector because there is no industry standard to keep that from happening. These guys just build it whatever they can buy up cheap with regards to connectors and what have you. It's like your cell phones. I mean, until they got to USB-C, how many different connectors were there for cell phones over the last 25 years? It's crazy. But it is another element that needs to be watched in general.
Okay, trying to talk less I set up all this stuff. Hopefully you guys know how like this unit sets up. If you don't, I mean, we can go over that in the field. So basically, this laptop here is our streamer and our archiver. It's got an HDMI output, goes into this data video input. The output of this goes to the monitor. And then once this computer boots up, it basically treats this like an extended desktop. So it is actually 2 different monitors. So just keep in mind, you know, what you're seeing on one monitor, what you're seeing on another. If you have an XSplit overlay, you can't always trust like what you see on this monitor to be what you actually see on XSplit, so you need to actually look at XSplit. So if you have like a title page overlaid, this has happened, unfortunately, where we like start the meeting and we like don't realize we're like not actually seeing the video. So you need to use your eyeballs. That's the hardest part of this job.
Can you quickly, you went kind of fast, to plug in that to the streamer to that? Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, I mean, might be easier just go over this one-on-one in the field.
Okay.
But
all
it's
right.
HDMI output into this unit, HDMI output of this unit into this monitor. We also have headphones. We should be actually using these to make sure we get audio. It's got a little USB drive that plugs into the front here. Another very important thing, power strips. If you're setting out a power strip, make sure the switch is on. Unfortunately, a lot of the power strips we have do not have working lights on them. So you kind of have to do your best to make sure that it is actually in the on position, because it really simplifies the troubleshooting if that is actually on. So, okay, coming back to this vMix computer here. We have this little X keys switch, plugs in on USB. We have a joystick, plugs in with Ethernet to the switch, the laptop with a USB. And then we also have an Ethernet that plugs in to the laptop that is also on the switch. And just as a reminder, the actual ports do not matter, as long as you're on the right bank.
Well, it's to help you in troubleshooting. Let me throw this in here. I agree with what Hank's saying in one sense. To help you in troubleshooting and understanding what things are, it does help if you follow a sequence and be like, okay, I plugged cam 1 into the first port, cam 2 into the second. They aren't really labeled on port. As long as you pay attention, whoever is routing the cameras to where they go, that will help you if you need to troubleshoot an issue. It would be useful to go through and make that determination, like which one is running where. Now, something to mention real quick, and Ray, if you can give me a shot on the vMix computer with the little switch there and the joystick. And just give me a quick picture of that up on the screen just so they can kind of understand what I'm talking about here. Okay, we'll get that in a second. That's good enough. Let's move that. So just to signify this, basically what this little device here, okay, this is called an X keys, and basically it's what's called a programmable MIDI interface. Okay, it's just a set of buttons that I can program, and I will have these programmed before you go in the field, so you never have to deal with that programming aspect of it itself. It's called an X keys, and it's a programmable MIDI, M-I-D-I, interface, okay? So I'm essentially using this as another type of switchboard, just a smaller, reduced to switchboard, okay? And the reason I like this is because it just speeds up production, much like a regular switchboard where we have the T-bar, you know, or the fade take button. This can also be routed roughly the exact same way. It has a cut button, it has our preview, it has our live shot. It even has buttons that we can program to our thirds, bring them up. And we'll give you kind of a display of that function as we go. Now, this is one of our newer joysticks. This is called the PTZ Optics Super Joy joystick. It runs on PoE, okay, power over Ethernet, does not require a power cable. In fact, it is recommended against plugging in power and a PoE cord to this at the same time, as it can cause problems. Okay, now, this is already set to the same network. Those will be preset before you go out, so you should not have to deal with that. We will get into a network troubleshooting discussion later, should we need to get into that. But this is just to give you an overview of just the things that go with vMix. Now, I'll bring up vMix in just a minute here. We've got our other things set up already. We've got our Zoom host, which would have our Zoom boardroom meeting. And we'll go ahead and get that going in just a second. We have the streamer, which is outputting from HDMI into this, with this being able to view it so we can see and make sure it's getting the signal that we're sending out. Now, this one is just going to be used as a caption or just to verify audio information. But basically, we only just need to verify to start off that it's going to be flowing into this device right here and making sure that's working. So we'll do that first. So I'm going to get vMix running here. Give me just a couple minutes. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Travis is going to get vMix running, and I will be standing here watching. Give us just a couple minutes.
So while we're waiting, I want to ask a quick question. If, just to understand this, that data video little box, without it, we would not see what's going out, yes? Okay, thank you. That's our only way we can really see that we're...
Well, that's what we see, what is on the secondary screen of this laptop that the XSplit is recording.
Okay, when you say secondary screen, that throws me, is there a primary screen?
Yes, so let me explain that process to you real quick. This is the streamer.
Right, I
Okay,
got that.
right here.
Right.
Okay, that I'm looking at. Ray, I'm out of the way enough. I think you get a shot with these cameras so I can indicate this a little cleaner. So this computer is the streamer right here. Okay. Now the way it's set up, okay, is it's recording its second screen, which is that one over there.
Uh-huh.
So it's detecting a second screen through the HDMI cable. Okay, so
Right.
this is your primary screen. It's detecting a second screen over here.
Right.
And as it's sending out the signal to the second screen, this is recording what this is sending and capturing back and forth.
Couldn't we do that with the same computer right there in front of you?
Well, you could, but if I need to make an adjustment to the Zoom meeting on that screen, it would show up here, or I'd have to drop my control surface here.
So,
So
okay.
it makes more sense to have it be available and useful,
Right.
right there, so you can make changes to the Zoom on that. Because
Okay.
sometimes we'll have to adjust like the size of a presentation or a
Right,
timer.
right, okay.
And we have to adjust that on the stream as well as often on our room monitor computers.
Gotcha.
So having it so that you have control here versus the Zoom meeting over there makes it just so you have kind of an easier time of the two processes.
Okay, I think I got that. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, so, and I'll get more into XSplit here in a few minutes on that. I was just trying to get this set up so I could see it on both
Okay,
screens.
I just want to make sure that data video box, I've been doing these shoots for a couple of years and I'm not, anyway, I want to get this nailed down so I can do this in my sleep.
Absolutely, and that's what we're trying to do, is we're trying to have all these processes nailed down. Yeah, 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 I'm gonna have Travis start up vMix. Yeah, that one.
In the future, are we going to have profiles that we just launch it from? Because that's how I have done it in the past, where I just don't launch it directly from the profile.
Yes, we will have pre-saved profiles for each meeting agency that load in on each computer, and we'll have them saved to the computer that rides with that kit. Okay, that is not a problem. Okay, hold on one second. That is a. Yeah, what's that?
Okay, can you make what is on the vMix, send that out to, no, I'm asking you.
Oh.
What's on, no. That way they.
Yes, I can do that. I can make our main output our multicast screen, so I can do that on the Zoom. That's not a problem.
They don't have to know how to do it.
Yeah, that part's just for, yeah, I understand the demonstration. So let me do, okay.
Here, can you put a camera on this one real quick? Like zoom in on this? So normally what you're gonna do. Yes. So normally what you're gonna do is, when you have your video, you're gonna be clicking on the arrow here in the bottom left, and you're gonna make sure the Hauppauge HD Pro 60 is engaged. And when you're selecting a camera on the boardroom computer is using the Hauppauge. And so we just want to make sure you do understand that. We're going to do something a little different, just so you can see what's going on. But when you are doing the meeting, you're going to be running from the Hauppauge. Okay? Just like you're normally doing it. Everything is like normal.
And for the audio setting, you need to make sure you are on this audio box USB 96 for both the input and the output. Where it says select a microphone, you select line on the USB, the audio box USB 96, and then for the output, the speakers, those need to be selected. On the actual box itself, it is very important that you get the right setting on here. There is one that says mixer, and there's, I don't know if you can see this, but it says input and playback, and it needs to be all the way over to the playback setting. You should check that every single meeting. I have had it in the wrong place once, and it was terrible. Crazy feedback. Do not want feedback. Also, apparently on this meeting we just were setting up for, we had like one of these cranked up. Let's be careful of that. Obviously, once we do our testing, we will be checking the levels for like input 1. But you don't really have to worry about that while you're setting up. But just be aware, if you see something absolutely cranked, that's probably not the right setting.
That might. Get that. Because I think. Yeah, that's, okay, hold on. I got it. Let me finish. with it? Okay. All right. So real quick, Dakota, pin the view with my my hand there, because I believe that's our, yeah, let's pin that. Okay, cool. So basically what I'm doing right now, and you all can come look over the shoulder, you can look at the screen. Basically, I'm going to build real quick. You won't do this in the field, but I do want you to just kind of have a generalized understanding. So right now I have cams 1 and 2 from the set we just set up over there on the table. So it is seeing and reading the NDI signals, and the way I'd add the cameras to this is I'd click Add Input down here in the bottom left. I'd select NDI or desktop camera, and you can see Cam 1, Cam 2, Cam 3, Cam 4, and Cam 5. That means that the network box is communicating properly. It means that it's seeing all 5 streams from the cameras and that we can select them as inputs. Now, you guys won't be doing that in the field. This is just a demonstration, just so you can see it. It'll all be preset when you go out there. But my next one will be Cam 3 because I got 1 and 2 added, and I put it in as input number 3. So camera 1, camera 2, camera 3 are input 1, 2, 3. And I'll do the same thing here. Okay, I'll add 4 and 5. Okay, 4 and 5. Nope. Add an input. Okay, so add input, bottom left. Okay, NDI desktop capture. Okay, there you. I understand that. Yeah, yeah. If you want to walk up, you can. It's that's just a secondary thing. So yeah. Again, this is not something I expect anyone to understand. This is not. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And remember, this camera's on me, so let's try not to walk in front of it. Okay. So now all 5 cameras are here. Okay, it is hilarious. It's fun. We're doing this on the fly. So all 5 cameras are here. We're on the same page. Okay, so you can see how this kind of looks just like a TriCaster screen. Okay, you've got your preview image, your live image, and 5 cameras. Okay, those are all right there where they need to be. And I have my little switchboard here set up that when I push the buttons, this little switchboard right here, okay, I've got, let me hold it up here real quick just so people can see. Okay, I can preview, I can take it live. Okay, I can put a live scene up using the live hot buttons. I can also use the cut button to cut from one to the other, just like any standard switcher. It's been keyed that way. It's very fast. It immediately takes response as soon as I put it in. I've got a mute button. I've got a CG button for when I add CG. Now, I will be adding CG to these presentations, add input, and we'll click PowerPoint. And I'll just use, I can click Browse and add a PowerPoint from somewhere on the computer if I need to, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to add one I did earlier, a different day. Okay, it'll say loading PowerPoint. Okay, and on the off chance this happens in the field, I will go over it real quick, which is that this is your preview input, and just like on the TriCaster, you have to do what's called color keying. Okay, so if I was to just try to cut that over, oh, it's black screen now with just the thing I wanted. But what you'll do, it's very hard to see on the screen, so I do not think you'll be able to see it. Down here at the very bottom right, there's a little gear icon, which we will click. Over here on the left-hand side, there's a color key button. You'd click that, a little checkbox, color key. Already it's got most of it down, but if you look at the image very closely, which you won't be able to do from here, there's still some kind of like black kind of marking here. And right here is a little feature called Luma Key, and you just kind of click it and drag it over, and it cleans that up. Then when that's done, there is no save or OK, you just click the X. So now when I want to put it up, it's nice and clean. Okay, looks good, just exactly what it's supposed to be. Again, that feature will be done before you go out in the field, so you do not have to deal with this. Okay, what you will see when you get this in the field is these 5 cameras appear and this bottom third already preset with a button that I can either preview this way. I have a separate setup on another computer in a different way, and that can take this down or up. Okay, and you can see here, I'm doing this on this switch. I'm not clicking anything on the screen. Okay, and the preview will actually, right now it's not set the exact way I wanted. I have it on the other computer, unfortunately. But the preview will show up here with the picture behind it, so you guys can set the framing of the picture with the image. So that way that'll be easier, and just like TriCaster does. So that will be done. So this is set up now, and of course this, oh, I got a question, yes. Not necessarily a fresh install, but that I've been using this little keyboard between two computers. On this one specifically, I didn't have one saved for this meeting. I wanted to do a build function. But the preset for this board does save. That was already in place regardless. That saves across all presets. So that, yeah, that is important to know, that you won't have to change that every time. Moving on to the actual joystick here real quick.
One more question.
Oh, I know. Let me wrap up on the joystick, and then we'll take a little pause for lunch.
One quick question.
Yes.
How do you switch cameras with the key up?
Which key are we discussing?
lower third.
Oh, you mean with that up?
With the lower third, yeah.
That stays up regardless of what we're doing. So I can change cameras with that. That's what's called an overlay.
Overlay.
Yeah. So this is
Acting like a downstream.
Yeah, it's an active downstream key as an overlay, but it's not an input. It is technically input, but we're not using it as an input. We're using it as an overlay. So, and that means it's just over the top of whatever we want it to be. So I can change, the background photo to whatever I want. It'll stay the same. And that's what we want. Now, when we need to make an adjustment, I've also keyed it to where you can, there's little arrow keys right here on this. You can just push the arrow, and it changes the item. So if you're following along correctly, it will give you the right item as you go. But should you need to make an adjustment to it without it being seen, you would drop it down and then make your adjustment in preview and move it across. Okay, so you wouldn't want to do that live. You don't want to be like, where am I? And just have it up, and changing it to 3 different things and back and forth. That does not look good for production. And as you can see from this Zoom is already receiving camera feed, from this computer. It's seeing what's going on over here through the thing there. So we verified video pass-through by seeing this here.
How do you put up CG in the preview?
In the preview, let me make an adjustment on that for you before we, I'll do.
You were just saying to take it off to get it to the right one.
Well, okay, yes, but whatever. I'll show you on this. So the way it's currently set up, it will change slightly, but not a lot. You hit this button. Now you see it's not in the live. Now this comes up, it's a totally separate button, but you can see the thing, okay? And I can just use the same keys to adjust where I'm at in the location, okay? Yeah. So that shifts through. So I can do that and then just hit preview again, it's back down, and then I can just put it back up where I want it. Oh, using that, okay, so you're right in the way of the camera shots. You're gonna move over a little bit.
What happened to, okay.
You want to click it?
No, I want to know what Hank was doing. I got distracted. Okay. So what we can do is you can see here, you can click on your CG. And then from here, you can see like there's a little slider and the slider goes left, right. Okay, so this is what I recommend. You can go left with it, okay? And so you want to take your CG down, right? And then you can go left, right, or however you want to go. You find the bottom thirds that you want, and then you just bring your CG back up, okay?
Yeah, typically it'll always be input 6 for thirds. That's the way I've structured it, that it's cameras 1 through 5, input 6 will always be thirds. Yeah, you would click on input 6 to get that screen on the top left up with the little arrows on it that you can make the adjustments. Versus the overlay feature system that I have here is that the overlay is triggered by this button.
So, yeah, so just... Yeah, so input 6 is not a guarantee, but you can see here that this is bottom thirds. You can clearly see this is, it ends with PowerPoint. This is actually a PowerPoint document that's running from...
It's a third.
And it says thirds on it. So that's how you'll know it's not a guarantee that's number 6. But what I want to show you is we will see like how it's on number 5 right now. I'll press this one, the second button, takes down the CG. And then you're gonna say, I'm gonna go to number 8, and then I'll press this button and bring the CG back up. Okay? So, okay, that's how it's set up right now. There will be changes to it, but we want to keep it as simple as we can. So.
Conversation. So that's basically what we're trying to get to with just this screen for right this second. I will have you guys each come up and mess with the this after lunch and just kind of play with the functionalities. I'd like you to see the preview. I'd like to see where it's going out. And I'm going to make an adjustment on the room monitor so you can actively see it on the big screens. Just to understand the flow and understand the actual functionality of this itself. So let's go ahead and take a break for lunch, and we'll get back to this. Thank you, guys. And questions, well, you can take those when we get into the next session here. Real quick here. Let's see if this is working. Hello, check one. Ryan, can you bring me up? There we go. All right. For those of you standing around, looking around, doing funny things, CJ, you're fine. Basically, I just wanted to verify one thing real quick. We do have this set up for you guys to come and test. I'd like you all to come and try switching on it for a few minutes, just looking at how the cameras work, playing with the joystick. Just giving it a few minutes of your time just to kind of get used to it. I think you did a little bit at Diablo, Anthony, but you know, anyone else who hasn't really spent time with it, I'd like to sit down, just take a minute. Andrew's working on it right now, just to understand the functionality, and we'll move on after that. You would push cam 1. Yeah, there you go. Analyze the green. And then move the joystick. No, you ask me, Chris. I don't even know what you're asking. But no, real quick, guys. Let me grab everyone's attention real fast. I just want to throw in one thing. For those of us that switch, you typically using Bird Dog joysticks, okay, which is, I'd say there's 3 of them out there that we use primarily with TriCasters. There is one significant difference that is very useful on the PTZ SuperJoy joystick, which we will be replacing all of our joysticks with one of these. And that is a single button push preset for your first 10 presets. So 1 through 9 and also the key 0 can be used and set as a single push preset for that camera. Versus the Bird Dog, which requires you to click 1 call or 2 call. Okay, so you can just hit the 1 if the camera is selected, it will go right to the preset. So it is a slight, there's been a lot of complaint about the other Bird Dog joystick, so. This one does have that feature, it's very good, and it also has an autofocus lock feature. When it's auto-focusing too many times based on light or possibly too many faces in the shot, you can click that and it will reduce that very heavily. Okay, thank you.
So after all this, I'm gonna get a shoot next week, it's gonna eat fries.
Checking 1, 2, checking 1, 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it might take a while. Probably gonna have a lot of problems.
It turned out. Like here. Look down here. If you clap on the screen, if you clap in front of the microphone, you were doing before. I mean, I'm curious. Oh.
That's pretty much everyone. Except, yeah. Yeah. He was the first one. Yeah. Okay, well, let's take a moment to appreciate Trina for helping getting this all together. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be, so everyone, if you've had a chance to mess with vMix, I hope you're getting a little comfortable with it. It seems not as scary or weird. It seems pretty intuitive and comfortable, which we're really happy for. And then, so now Corey wants to go over XSplit with you for a minute or 20 minutes or 2 hours, I don't know. As many as he cares for. So that is the next step. Any other questions, comments on vMix before we move on to XSplit? So he said at least April 15th, we should expect 3 of these out in the field. So April 15th, we'll have 7 events on the same day. And we have 4 vMix kits, right? We have 3 right now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is, you're gonna see it in a second. Yeah, because I'm really excited with the potential for vMix of what you're going to be able to do with it. Because, you know, it seems kind of like weird at first, like, because when Corey was telling me all the things we could do with it, if you'll see over there, like, Corey, the setup that we have against the wall, which is still being fleshed out, is streaming. So this is streaming to YouTube, which you can also use to stream to the CalSpan website, and you can run the Zoom. So that one chair is able to take care of the room monitor, take care of the stream, and run the Zoom boardroom as well. Okay, so yeah, so that is really, really cool. You're still gonna have to have a Zoom host computer for, like, you know, to like make people co-host or do a share screen, things like that. But as far as putting everything in one spot, it's a lot easier. You're not going to have to sit there. It seems like a lot when you're saying it, but then when you get down and actually do it, it's actually, like, really simple. So this is going to make things easier and better in the long run, but that could be like a year away or more. So just want to let you guys know that. And but yeah, my ideal, like when seeing this, is that you guys are all going to be using vMix, and you're going to have the TriCaster as like a backup. Like that's gonna be your backup computer. That's what would be ideal to me. But you guys are going to make your own decisions there.
Not a problem.
You're asking if we had, like, you had the TriCaster as a backup, say the vMix took a crap, and yeah, the TriCaster, essentially, yeah, you would just unplug it, plug in the TriCaster, and like set the TriCaster like normal and plug it all in, and you'd be up in like 5 minutes or so. Like you'd be up and also when talking about redundancies, one, just for you guys as well, like a redundancy that happened in like that crossed my mind is if you're, because so now you're basically your biggest weak point is your mixer. If your mixer takes a crap, right, like what are you gonna do? So the idea that I like realized is if you have a wireless mic and a pancake mic, you can run a pancake mic from your USB 96 and put it in front of a speaker, and then run your wireless mic to the speaker. And then that way you can keep the meeting going, you can keep audio, and they just have to pass the wireless mic around. And so do you guys know what I'm saying? Does Travis follow me when I say that? Yeah. So I don't know if you have any other better solutions, but that was something I figured out you could do as like a backup, like in the minute, but I think that's more of a conversation for like the lead when you guys have a lead meeting. Make sure all kids have a pancake mic.
Make sure all kits have a wireless mic and a pancake mic.
Whatever you want to call it.
Boundary mic. Yeah.
Boundary mic. Yeah, the boundary mic. Yep.
Okay. Aside from generalized questions and troubleshooting, which I may touch more on troubleshooting tomorrow because that's more of an advanced topic. This is one that's just to do specifically with production and the cleanliness of production. So something that a lot of us do, and I can touch on this a little bit, is gallery versus speaker view on Zoom. My preference is always speaker view, but I know that we get insistence from agencies on some of them that it be in a gallery view. And that there's not a lot we can do about. Where we really have the most control and the way to really clean up what we're doing and showing is using XSplit or OBS, which we may switch to. That's a further discussion for another day. Or if, as we go forward in vMix, we may not use either of those. So, but depending on whatever service we're using, it doesn't matter. They have what's called scene selection. Okay, and that is something I use on every single meeting to give the cleanest possible production. Some people don't like it. Some people don't care for it. What I don't like tuning into is a meeting that has an open view of a camera showing a room with no plate over it. It doesn't tell you what meeting it is. It's just people milling around with no audio, or a gallery view of a bunch of people's faces when you start right in on your stream. It's like, this is not a clean looking start. It's like, what is happening? I don't know. So if you look at the screens, the big screens in front of you, you can see this is our XSplit kind of control panel. Okay, now what XSplit is showing our stream. XSplit is only just like the overlays on vMix, this is just an overlay of our stream view. Okay, so let's bear that in mind. Okay, what you're seeing right now is the live scene. Now, typically I'd have, let me actually move something over there just to make it a bit more visible. That's just a desktop capture that you're seeing over there. You can kind of see me in the little thing because it's just seeing the desktop and that's what's on that desktop right now. That's the live scene. So whatever I do on a camera, you can see it. It's happening right over there in a big little picture like, hey, everybody, and that kind of thing. It's, you know, it's its own little window of what's happening in that secondary screen. Okay, make it a little bigger just to give a better example. So I don't, it's starting a meeting, that's not what I want to see. I don't want to see that, like, oh, the meeting opened up and you saw the guy talking and this kind of thing. No. So I have this little button here at the bottom. It's called Open Slide. I've named all these myself, and you can change the names if you like, but I prefer we keep in one naming convention. So I click that. That's what you see. Regardless of what is happening on that capture screen, this is what you see. You see a plate. It has the date, the time, what board meeting it is. I get about 3 to 5 seconds of pre-roll on this plate, and I have it. In fact, I'll do that right now, just as a recommendation. So if I was starting the meeting, I'd have my plate up, I'd hit record, and some people like 5 seconds. I don't really care for that much time. I just give it a solid maybe 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I hit the pause button. So now we have 3 seconds recorded of this plate, okay, with no audio. There is no audio pass-through going through because this is gray. The little bit of level you see there, that's called line level. Okay, it's gray because it's not passing through into the audio. It's also not being recorded because the recording is paused. You can see the little play button means I'd have to hit play for it to be recording again. Okay, so if I wanted live or hot audio, I click this little button. Now it's green. Okay, you can see it's turned green. That means The audio is passing through the system and can be heard on the stream, if I was streaming. Now, if it was streaming, it would be lit up red up here on the stream button. It would say streaming, obviously. It'd have it red. Okay, but for the purpose of this, just assume we're streaming. Okay, I want the cleanest, best-looking thing I can have when I do this, okay? So this is my first step in that, is that I get 3-second pre-roll of this plate. That means anything happens after it, at least they saw the opener first, okay? The first thing they saw was this clean production plate of like, this is what's going to be happening. It's an indicator of the meeting, the time, if the time's listed, but you know what I mean, okay? But I would always start off with this muted, 3-second pre-roll, ready to roll. I always control the meeting by telling the chair, when you are ready to start, you need to give me a signal. Okay, when you give me that signal, I will need a second to get my recording process started. Then I will give you a thumbs up, indicating you are ready to go. I'm certain all of you have dealt with working with a board or chair or group that sits down in their chair, hits the mic and says, today we're starting with, and then you have to jump because nothing is running, because you were waiting for a signal and nothing came. Because we need to make that clear when we are at these meetings, you need to give me a signal and receive a signal back from me. This is important and needs to happen, okay? It's very important, okay? Sometimes we'll do people that don't want to do that, but we have to just verify its importance. Okay, so say that the chair's like, hey, we're ready. Okay, great. First step, okay? They're ready. Everything else is already recording. Bear in mind, let me throw this in. I typically have 2 to 3 redundant Zooms, the data video, all recording in the background, as well as the Zoom recorder and backup cam recorder running already. I'm not worried about receiving extra on those because I consider XSplit my final recording. That's my production recording, the one I want the cleanest, the most clipped, best looking. The others are all just excess recording in case we need to patch something in. I don't worry about those recordings. Just keep them running unless you run into closed session. That's another discussion. Okay, so let's say hey, they just gave me a signal, ready to start. Great, okay, record. Okay, audio up, live scene. And typically this would open up onto a wide shot of the meeting. The chair starts talking immediately, swap to chair. Chair is talking, they're probably going maybe an hour, hour and a half. Okay, this is our stream, remember, this is not Zoom. This is our stream, our recording. Okay, we're gonna take a short 15-minute break. We'll be with you in just a moment, no problem. Short break up, audio down, pause, recording. Okay, so now the stream is saying we're on a short break. We'll be back in 15 minutes, basically. Just short break, it's a short break. We can put on a time if they give us like it'll be a 20-minute, 10-minute, we could adjust that if we needed to. Short break slides generally pretty fine, just leave it the way it is. But it's now not recording, so we've gotten up to the meeting, gotten to the short break, paused the recording, so there's not gonna be 15 minutes of break time recorded. We've paused that, that's done. Okay, and now we're just waiting again for a signal to restart. Get the signal back from the chair. Hey, we're ready to get started. Okay, so we record, before we give her the signal, record, audio up, live scene. Back up to where we're going. On the wide shot, back to the chair. Okay, it just adds a clean. Hey, we're doing great. We're gonna go into closed session. Okay, audio down, stop, pause recording. Okay, hey, back to live scene. Hey, everybody, we're back, blah, 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 blah. And thanks for coming, everyone. Thanks, you've been so great. Okay, end credits. I load a video of my end credits into this. Turn the audio off, obviously. You record the credits because that's part of the final production. And you can see it runs automatically. Now, this isn't in Zoom, and I do not follow with the share it into Zoom as your main way of doing it, and I will tell you why. The majority of the time, we are running a speaker view of Zoom. And it has happened more times than I can count that we are sharing through our credits into Zoom. What happens? Bye, everybody. I hope you have a great day from some other person. And that pops right over our credits, and it's their face, not our credits, that's being recorded. Okay? The credits need to be recorded at the end of every meeting without breakthrough. So that is why I do it on the stream for my final recording, because it has no threat of breakthrough. There's no video pass-through. It's just the video you're seeing that's playing over this. Okay? Hey, look, there's Chris Johnstone right there. Okay? So the credits finish rolling, okay, or will in just a moment when they get to that point. Audio's obviously been off, but you're still recording until it gets to the very end of the credit video, okay, because that is part of it. Okay, boom, it goes here. We try to let it sit on our phone number in case you want to contact us for an additional 5-10 seconds. And then we hit what's called the end stream. This meeting has ended, okay, and you hit pause. Record your time, mark it down on the green sheet.
I think we should pause it before we go to that end screen, because the end screen should not be recorded.
I will say, yeah, probably. I'm fine with either one because it's a half-second blip, but I feel you. It doesn't necessarily, they don't, if they've just finished watching the video in the archive, they don't need a thing that says it's ended, but you can just watch it again. So they really don't, so I appreciate that, Travis. Yes, that's correct. But what I'm really trying to display to you guys here with this understanding is, when we open up on a live Zoom meeting of people moving around, it looks sloppy. We look sloppy. Okay, finished, clean production is what this provides and what it does. It gives a much cleaner, much more professional view of what we're doing. The most important part of this, and it has happened and bit several people that do it, me included. Okay, I will not say I have never done it, forgetting that you're on the open slide or on a closed session or break slide and then restarting and not switching back to live scene. So now the stream is seeing just this. It's hearing the audio if you open the audio up and recording, but it's not seeing anything else. That is one of the actual places where this can fall down, is it requires diligence and attention. 100%. Good.
I have experienced lots of issues in the past of some part of this process getting messed up. Like, it doesn't get recorded, it doesn't get unmuted, that we
Yes.
aren't on live scene. I think, since there are 3 of us on the shoot, and this is a very important part of the whole shoot, because like if you screw this up but everything else is cool, it doesn't matter. You know, like if you didn't record it, who cares how good you switched it?
100%.
Okay, so the point is, all 3 of us should look at this at the start of the meeting. Is there a disagreement on that? All 3 of us should be aware that, yes, we are recording, yes, we are unmuted, yes, we are on the live scene. And same goes for breaks.
100%. I agree with Travis on that. The diligence and awareness of this literally just happened in a meeting where I was not lead, but I was introducing the system to another group that does not typically use it. And I left the room, and when I came back, they had restarted and were still on a plate. Okay, because I was teaching them and being in charge of the follow-through of these plates. I am used to working with people that understand this methodology. I teach all the people I work with this same method. And so when I leave the room, there is that same background understanding that they need to pay attention to that aspect of it because I have made it of primary importance. On this shoot, unfortunately, it was new to them. They weren't in charge of looking at that. I was. So that was my own awareness issue. I should have been aware of what the other people around me. I am used to walking out of the room and knowing it's handled. And I was not a lead on this one. I was a second. And I was like, oh, shoot, I should have been following this. That caused a problem. When these problems occur, that is when having the consistently running data video and Zoom meetings in the background comes into play, because they are catching the video because of the, in the background. They're not seeing this overlay screen. This is just for our stream. Okay, so this can be the best production point of what we're doing, and for me it is. I always use this one as my final. Okay, and that's my goal. There's times that I've messed it up, but that's what the other ones are for, is to have that video backup recording on other things. That's what redundancy is for. That's one reason we're switching to vMix, because now vMix can be redundant on multiple computers should the necessity arise. There aren't 2 TriCasters, and there aren't 2 Anycasts in any given kit, unless the packing was done very wrong. Okay, so vMix can be a redundancy. Okay, that is the main reason we're making this big switch. So that if something fails, we have the opportunity to go back and change it. But this as well, we have redundancy to catch this if it fails. But as we go forward, this system that you're seeing on XSplit, all of this can be incorporated on vMix as well, using the DSK featurette system. So rather than picking up your bottom thirds, we'd pick up these plates, such as closed session, short break, end credits, all of those can be overlaid over the video, sending for a final recording either on vMix or into Zoom. So at some point in the future, we won't use XSplit or OBS. It'll just be vMix. I have one person at the lectern, and then I have one in the audience. Let's get the lectern first, because I'll count that as standing up, raising his hand
I was
first. Go
just going to say, this is one of two ways of getting the plate on there, right? Because in my experience with the TriCaster, we have the plates there, and I just have the plate up. I hear my call from the lead to say, go to wide shot, so it's kind of the same thing that's happening with the wide shot.
Yes
then
and no.
The end roll is,
Yes and no. The specific difference in that, I did mention it, but I'll mention again. That is currently only being shared into Zoom. So if it's not the final, because it's being shared into Zoom as either a gallery or a speaker view thing. So again, if the speaker view into Zoom, yes, you see it on the screen. But if someone on Zoom was to speak, not in the room, and come over that, our image of this plate disappears and is replaced by their image on Zoom. We don't have control over that. None. Because they can unmute themselves, a panelist can unmute themselves in Zoom, and our picture disappears.
so you're saying, from what it sounds like you're saying to me, that no matter what plate is put up on the TriCaster, even if it's a full-page plate,
Yes. It can
that
go away.
it's going through Zoom.
It is. Maybe that's not a commonly known thing. TriCaster is just directly sending into Zoom. That is all it is doing. That is not a final recording by any means as we currently use it.
Okay, I was under the impression that it was, the TriCaster was sending the signal to the XSplit.
Actually, no. The way the current system routes, and just so you guys all understand that, the TriCaster is pushing signal into this Zoom meeting, the Zoom boardroom or Zoom host. Okay, but we aren't sending a direct signal of that out. Okay, we're actually connecting to Zoom on this computer, the streaming computer. So there's no physical video connection between here and here. Okay, it is, and of course I'm sharing into Zoom, so you're not seeing the picture on the screen, but there is no physical connection of this. This is connecting to Zoom through the internet. So it is just seeing the output from this Zoom meeting. So saying we have other people mixed in Zoom, let's say there's like 6 panelists that came in on Zoom, there's 10 in the room, whatever. Boardroom is set with our image that we're sending out, what we see in Zoom. Okay, but where we lose control is when other panelists speak and it's set to speaker view. Yeah, so you understand that portion. So that then suddenly our control is gone. Well, just one second. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you, no, can you just bring up this?
Oh, yeah, let me stop screen sharing here. That's actually a good idea. Hold on, I'll go over that one more time. Let me drop this for you. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, so let me, yeah. I think it's pinned. It might be pinned. I'm seeing it here. Oh, it's whatever that one is seeing, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's pinned. So yeah, let's take the pin off. Yeah. So I have my plate up, but then boom, say we're in gallery view, just put it to speaker view. Okay, then Dakota comes in and talks. Okay. The TriCaster isn't a share screen. It's not sending out a share screen. It's sending out a webcam portal into a Zoom participant. The TriCaster signal acts as a Zoom participant. So it's the video of what would be one person, and the audio from the room would be from that one person. So it acts as a speaker in the meeting, is the way it currently routes through Zoom.
I understand that.
Yes.
I was just saying that if you were to share a screen, which I understand you do not, but if you were to do that, somebody popping in on Zoom, it only pops in on the side. It doesn't actually take over the whole screen. You do it side by side, which I do. I know some people do the floating thing.
Again, that's for sharing plates specifically. But that's, again, yeah, I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is there's still an aspect of the changeover. So it's, yes, you can share the plate. I am also not a fan of that view of the having multiple, again, when I say sloppy production, anyone here, it's having a person or another picture on the side looks funky. When we can just have a straight shot picture up of our plate only for the final recording versus seeing a Zoom window of a share screen with some other people on the side. I want to see the plate. That's what I want for a clean final production. I don't want to have multiple things to focus on. Because again, this is about the professional look that we're trying to have across the board, be this clean, in-out system. Plate, meeting, plate back up so you're not seeing video pass through a breakthrough, audio muted so you're not hearing somebody say, like, have a great meeting, everybody. Jesus, Tim, my balls were stuck to my leg for the last 10 minutes there. Okay, and with their mic still open. Okay, we want to mute that immediately. Okay, like, why would you say that? The mic's open. Oh, God, I'm fired. Okay, things like that. Okay, we want to, muting the mic as fast as possible is very important. Sorry, go ahead, Cree.
Is this a Zoom meeting or a Zoom webinar?
No, very good question. We do Zoom webinars. Okay, there is a very rare occasion when we will do Zoom meetings, but 99.9% of what we do are Zoom webinars. For the control. Yes, there is a control featurette system in webinars versus meetings, and an attendance difference limiter for meetings versus webinars.
So that brings me to the
Yes.
example we had. That would be locked down.
Which would?
You would not have privileges.
Yeah, it just specifically, as Steve was just saying, I didn't realize it was right there when I did that balls remark. But either way, I'm just kidding. What was it? The participant versus attendee, panelist versus attendee difference in that, again, is a control that we use to dictate what people see as well as what control they have. We wouldn't want anyone to just be able to pop in and say whatever they'd like during the meeting. That is the point of having the panelist, which is generally the agency, versus the attendee. I'll let Steve talk. He's got some say here.
I just wanted to throw in the beginning, the reason that we do webinars and not meetings, okay, in the beginning of the pandemic era, Zoom bombing was a major thing, okay? We had a hard time selling the agencies and the state of California on the use of Zoom because of the Zoom bombing occurrences. What we figured out in-house before we even put a system together and took it to the state of California to keep us in business, because we would have been out of business in March of 2020 if we hadn't have put together the package that we put together with Zoom webinars and took it to all of our existing contracts with the state of California and the local agencies and sold them on the fact that it's absolutely impossible to Zoom bomb a Zoom webinar. And here is why: because we control all of the participation. And they bought it, and it became worldwide use, and the rest is history. But we had to go to 100% virtual meetings. It just didn't exist. Nobody had ever even thought of it or done it. And literally on the March 19th, the day they shut down the country, we went, whoa, shit, we're out of business. I did, anyway, immediately. Oh, that's where a Zoom participant, and the fact that it's auto switching, that part of this aspect right here, could just go in and take over and go, the state of California has been killing babies in the background for the last 25 years, and nobody said anything about, and you couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, yeah. Right. Right. You can come in, you can't come in. I can shut you off right now, and we run the show. You don't run the show. Okay? Yeah, no, it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. And, you know, I hate that we came out of the pandemic. Yeah. I hate that we came out of the pandemic and everybody was in love with Zoom. I'm sorry. Even though my first motivator in even doing this business was to take it to as many people as we could. God, it's our enemy and it's our friend. I don't know how to say it, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah, hybrid meetings is truly a pain in the ass because it created all of this shit. We used to do everything in the same room, just web stream it out of there and on 2 or 3 laptops maximum, and we ran the whole damn show. It was easy to control, easy to produce a really perfect product, but damn near. We haven't produced the perfect meeting yet because from the beginning I said, the day we get a perfect shoot, I'll just fall over and die, okay? So, I mean, no matter how good a product I ever produced, I could see back where I could have flown this in quicker. I could have caught a reference shot that I didn't catch. I could have framed it, you know. You can, no matter how perfect you think it is, you could have done it better. At least I've always felt that way about my own productions. So, it just is made it such a wild card game now. But we have to keep up with it because that's what we do. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, I do think that this is going to be a lot better for our application. I had a conversation with Chris Daly. The stuff that he does when he's not doing AGP stuff is a whole different ballgame. He doesn't have to deal with all of this interface with Zoom and the multiple feeds and the multiple screenshots and the, you know, all the different shit that even though we control it as much as we can, well, we can't control it out of existence. You know what I mean? So anyway, this drives me nuts, this goddamn lag time, okay? And the lack of sync. That's not what, yeah, well, see that, the way it's showing up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. God. Boy. Just makes me want to shoot myself in the head, you know?
Yeah, well, if you're used
the
to...
The audio sync to the video sync part is the one that really bothers me the most.
And that will expand and get better as we go forward, because they were actually adjusting, compared to what we were at, it's actually nearly getting me just almost on it, as you can see in the picture there. It is off, but we... No, yeah, you're not hearing the audio from that Zoom. You're hearing the room. That's just the send back of the Zoom. If I was hearing the audio from the Zoom, it would be different. And if I was also doing a direct connect on my room monitor out from like this computer, then it would also look better. But that's just catching a Zoom down the line. You know, so that's why that's just different. And it was easier. That's actually one of the reasons we do that is it's so much easier to share video and audio across a room through a Zoom connection than it is through a direct physical line. And that's one thing we also, it has been useful, but we also need to break away from, because as we go forward, we do need to be relying more on physical connections for audio and video to make sure we have a well-represented audio and video sequence in the room. Because just like Steve's saying, it does have an effect on people. You know, as they're doing it. So he's going to give an example of that. It has an effect on people seeing themselves and themselves out of sync. I'll say that. It does make people go, okay, wait a minute, there I am, but now I'm doing different things. I've gotten used to it. We've all gotten used to it over time. If you haven't seen yourself on camera yet in this business, you're doing something very right. So it is what it is. Do we have any questions right now? I had a very similar experience to this when I walked past. I'm like, what's that white spot? And then I realized I had grayed much aggressively faster than I thought. I was like, oh my God. And also starting to thin as I go on. So these cameras are cruel, is one thing to be very clear about, is they don't lie to you. They're being very honest. Okay, and I don't like that. We had talked a little bit, let me throw this in here real quick before I go on. Troubleshooting. I don't know how many people in this room feel comfortable troubleshooting in general, alone. There's a couple standalones who I know I can look at and be like, just figure it out. Troubleshooting is not always easy, but the more we learn together about the way the system flows, and again, this is what I was talking about earlier about married and divorced processes. If you're having a video problem, you need to first shake down video. If you're having an audio problem, you need to shake down audio. Understanding where the audio comes in and goes out and the interfaces involved. The USB Audio Box 96, we discussed it earlier, okay? When I first started the audio this morning, we threw everything together. I was still kind of racing, get everything going. We threw in the Audio Box 96, which is processing our audio both to the stream and to the Zoom meeting, okay, for my recordings. I didn't look at that box a second time. I checked in on my stream later on, and it had a heavy crackle and tonality issue. And I was like, what is that? Went back, the gain was maxed on the USB Audio Box 96. So we've got mixer, multiple inputs, outputs, sounds fine totally in the room. Okay, it's being ported into the USB 96, into the computer. Computer showing the level looks pretty clean. I haven't listened to it yet. Okay, but it's showing clean. I can see it's processing in Zoom. Like, oh, great, I've done my job. It's magical. But I never once listened to the process and made sure it sounded crisp and clear until I checked a stream way down the line. Then I asked Ryan to start metering out the issue. He first goes and checks the mixer because that's the first step in the process. He was on that, and then my immediate thought was, I never looked at the 96. Why is that so close in my face? These are shots I don't like, especially when my teeth are this bad. Okay, so from that point, I noticed that. I walked over, looked at the 96, and saw it was maxed on gain. So we were getting heavy, aggressive pass. It was sounded bad. Turned it down, immediately was fine. So knowing where the ins and outs are can make the difference in a very quick change versus taking time to meter things out. Things take time to figure out and just to go back over the thing. Just like Bob was saying to us earlier, the time it takes him to sit and try to explain what he's doing versus just doing it himself often can mean the difference between an immediate fix and it taking quite some time. Okay, so all of us learning these processes and how they begin, end, and go through will lead to us getting there faster every time. Did you have a question, Anthony, or are you going to? Oh, okay, you sit down. There we go. I love it. Okay.
My question. My question, well, it's actually going to be a statement first, and that is that we all have to work together no matter what crew combination there is. I think we all have to work together. And sometimes there's those situations, and we've all probably experienced it, where there's one person that's not the lead but does have more experience in a particular area. And sometimes I've just seen that lead still try to take that role of a lead and be like, no, it's going to happen this way. But this other person is like, dude, I've fixed this thing 30 times and I know it works this way. And so that's why I'm saying we all have to work together in that sense, no matter what combination of crews there are. Secondly, I was going to ask if you can train us on how to set the live scene and the end scene and the end credits as well.
Yes, I can absolutely train you guys on how to do that setup. In fact, I already created a video that I'll be giving out through an email link that actually shows that process. I could do it right now too if you'd like. I could just run through that real fast and just do a quick of it. But I figured the video would be a good one to have so you have a reference guide if you should forget in the future. And that's why we're filming this now, is we can make cuts and snippets of things we're doing here.
I think it'd be good to have a video.
Absolutely. And that's my goal also, is to have a full video training library. I've made several videos already for both hosting Zoom, making changes in Zoom, XSplit, other screen record grabs of different things. The vMix setting themselves, I'll be doing a screen record video of those. and making those available to whoever wants them so that you can have a greater understanding in the field and access to them. So you can learn, if someone's not available by phone, you're alone, something happens, like, oh God, I can just tune in right here, there it is. That is one of our goals.
Can you make a video of your balls being stuck to the side of your leg for 4 hours?
That already exists. And if you subscribe to my OnlyFans.
Okay.
Okay. All right, let's keep this somewhat appropriate from the guy who said that initially. So it's just like, yeah, from me, oh no, that's too far. But do we have any other questions going forward? Aside from the XSplit, I can do a quick demonstration of that right now, just for you guys.
Before question?
Yes.
TriCaster pushes signal only what? I didn't get my notes.
Okay,
The only
so-
thing TriCaster does is,
So that's actually a very good question for two reasons. Let me say this two different ways. vMix does the same thing, okay, but vMix has, TriCaster and vMix can do one thing very similarly. You can have your video and then what's called downstream keys, and you can also add in video if you want, just like I did on XSplit, where we have a video of the credits running, which takes over the screen, or I have a plate that goes up which covers all video pass-through. Okay, they can both do both, but vMix is what we'll be going forward with. But understanding that the output, main output, is the term. Main output is your term. So TriCaster's main output going out, the way we do it on the same system here as vMix, we're sending it out and accepting it into Zoom as a Zoom input for video. So it's only seeing the output that we send out. Whatever we choose for the output goes in there. Now, on XSplit, the last thing it sees is what it chooses for the recording. It's recording its surface screen. Zoom is recording a whole other set of things. So while it has our main output from our TriCaster in there, it also has all of the outputs from every other person inside Zoom, from each individual person. Okay, so Zoom, rather than us, is making the decision, aside from screen sharing, obviously, of who is then put into the window of what's being seen. It auto switches to that. So that's something we need to be aware of. Although we may be choosing the final output on the TriCaster, Zoom is then dictating the final output in Zoom, okay, in many ways. We are in control of it as much as possible, but it can override us in certain areas. Whereas this, the XSplit, the final output, is what we decide it is. We are doing that recording. So it's as if we're receiving our picture and then choosing what goes over it and where. And that's exactly what that is for a final recording, for that nice, clean, crisp, professional-looking recording. So we're doing a final output. So it's just determining where the final output is landing. Okay, so in the stream, that's our final output that we're making the recordings of. In Zoom, the output from TriCaster can be manipulated to a certain extent by the other participants of Zoom. So that's the best way I could define that. Yes, too. Look, go, here, talk in the mic.
So the way I like to think of it is that Zoom is essentially a second switcher, so like a second TriCaster, and it has all the sources, and it's making automated decisions based on who's talking. So it's just video follows audio. And then if somebody does a screen share, that overrides everything, and that would be the equivalent of like us taking a presentation input on an Anycast switcher. I don't know if that's a more helpful or clearer.
A second set of switching going on within Zoom. That I really like the way he said that. It made it a little clearer to me, because I'm saying, you know, outputs and that kind of thing. We are switching the meeting. Zoom has a separate automated switching function that's going on with audio to video, just like CJ was saying. Steve, you have something.
Well, I was just another interpretation. The only way that we can control Zoom is to control it upstream of what we are broadcasting. Okay, that's the basic theory. You got to let whatever Zoom's doing, do it, because we can't goddamn stop it. I hate it, but it's a reality. And all we can do is control what we're putting out to CalSpan, for lack of better definition, our web stream. So where everything is in the lineup is all of the control that we've got. It's that simple, which is a major hurdle to overcome on a regular basis. Because some of these things, and that drives me crazy too, are Corey wants to wire it one way, and Bob wants to wire it another way, and Billy wants to wire it yet another way. So we're trying to get a little more consistency in it by getting consistency through using the same equipment for one thing, all of them, everybody on vMix, and then how we wire the vMix system. Right. So we got to let whatever it's doing, do it on the outside of what we're putting out to our viewers. Okay.
I think I have something here for you. Okay, so the difference between the Zoom format versus a standard format is, I think, is what you're talking about. So if there was no Zoom, it would just be a direct record session. And that means there is no Zoom that I'm pushing any video into. It is only my video that is being recorded. Okay, so XSplit, again, you know, think multiple, it kind of helps to think of this in the sense of audio, actually. Someone actually helped me to define it better that way. You have multiple inputs of audio that go to one output. But you don't have to have one output. You can have 3 outputs going to 3 separate speakers. So XSplit would be one of those speakers receiving a signal from the rest of the things, but we're choosing to make adjustments or equalize it on that so that one looks different than the others. So we're adding in those plates, beginning and end credits to change up the sound of that one signal, to think of it in an audio sense, versus they're all starting the same way, but then they all can take different routes with things that are added onto them. So that one it's a way of cleaning up our recording with the recording in the background and then putting things over the top of it. So that's what XSplit is doing. Yes, Dakota.
Can we show Anthony how to do the XSplit pictures, the slides, and also how to do the end roll? And then, yeah, that's all I'm asking. Is that okay? Cool. So you can screen share that. That'd be cool.
Okay, so let's move on to that real quick, just because it's we want to get to that. So share screen. Okay, I'm just going to do this here with you guys. Okay, to this screen. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Okay, so well, Anthony, I need you to look at that screen actually. Oh, you got one behind me. Okay, well there we go. Actually, come over and sit next to me. Yeah, or right here. Okay. That chair right there is good. Okay. Yeah, just grab that chair. Oh, there we go. I'm like, we can do that. I mean, if you want. Okay, so here we go. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so.
You guys know this guy.
I am a bit of a comedian, just a little bit. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so for those watching on the screens, okay, so this is the scene. Now let's say we're on the open slide screen, and this is before the meeting has begun. Let me hide these floating meeting controls real quick, just so you guys know. At the top, you can't see it on the screen, but you can hide floating Zoom meeting controls by just clicking a little button. I'll show you that later. So here on the screen, I'll click open slide. Oh, okay, I'll let Anthony click. So Anthony, you can see open slide is selected. So if I wanted to change the name of the scene, you can actually see on the top of it down there at the bottom, it says open slide again, right there. Go ahead and show me on the cursor. Follow along with me. Okay, right there. Okay, now you go ahead and rename it. Rename it Anthony slide for me, please. Just real quick. Okay, and then, put that in. And once you're done entering it, hit the enter button. Okay, see how it changed over on the right now? Now it says Anthony slide. So that is how you would edit the button to change it to whatever you need it to be. You can change live scene, you can change any of those, and just hit enter, and it will automatically change the button to read what you write. Now typically I like to have them set in this fashion: open slide, live scene, So that way there's a consistency across patterns so that we can all follow along. Okay, so that we're just sticking with that. Yeah, you can just do live. Live's fine. Hit enter. Live Lux. See, there you go. He can put whatever name he wants. So go ahead and go back to Anthony Open, or Anthony Slide. Okay, and let's change the picture in there. So the first thing you want to do is remove the one I have in it. So you can see that little text-based thing below where you named it. That is the pathway it's reading that image at right now. So go ahead and just click that once. And at the bottom, there's a little button that says Remove. Click that. It's gone. So now there's a little button. You can actually see it even puts a cute little arrow in there. It's pretty empty here. Click the button below to add your first source. So click Add Source. Image file is what you want. There's several things you can put in as sources. Image file is what we want just for a straight picture. He's taking notes as we go. That's no problem. Although we are recording it as well. No worries. So image file. Okay, and then it will let you select, and you can see I've already browsed to a folder. You can just browse anywhere on the computer.
Automatically go to PowerPoint,
No. Well, it'll automatically open whatever folder you opened last. That's what I'll say. So this is the folder of the images I opened last. Well, let's say you copied it to the desktop. Go ahead and click Desktop on the left there. Okay, so I copied the folder of the slides to the desktop. Okay, and you can see there they all have different name conventions and things like that. So you'd find the one you copied and put them in there. So let's go ahead and open the one. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say that if you do have a flash drive that does have the CG on it, you can then take from the flash drive, put it onto the desktop, and then that's where you'll be able to find.
Yes, and that would actually be the preferred method, is that you copy the files onto the computer before using them as sources. Travis, you have a question?
Yeah, so I will be eventually redoing some CG, and part of this process, I want to maybe make another folder that has all these images and the Enroll video in it. And maybe for another time, I would love to get feedback on where to put that, what to name it, all that kind of stuff. But would that be easier if we had like a folder that had all these images specifically for XSplit?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
That would 100%
so
be
that
easier.
could happen.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah, and that was a discussion I was going to have down the line with you, because we hadn't really decided much on the CG, as you were saying. But that would, because as it is now, I typically will save the slides as JPEGs just to do it myself. That's what I've been doing.
And maybe this is for another time, but even the idea of like having break slides with times on them, like lunch slides at just 15-minute intervals or something like that. Do we want to do that?
Yeah, let's do that. I think
Okay.
that's a good idea because having one pre-made versus having to make one, the time difference alone is very worth it.
Okay.
I have seen Billy alter one in 20 seconds.
Well, right. Okay, so let me expand on that conversation real quick. I hear what you're saying. He's changing a PowerPoint and then directly sharing it into Zoom versus you would have to change the PowerPoint, save an image, then load it into XSplit, and then put the thing up if you wanted to make an immediate change. Now, you can also load multiple scenes in here with multiple times. You can also leave, in fact, I'll show you an example of this. Let me just, because, to follow along with this one too before we move on, jump in, slide 1 is typically the one I use for open slide. You click open, and then this little 4 button down here, looks like a little square with expanding arrows. You click that, and that's a fit to screen. So now the scene is set. So you have that set, it's got its name, it has the picture, you can move on to the next thing. Now let's say you have a lunch slide, you're not sure what it's going to be yet. Now you have a folder full of images that have various 15-minute intervals. Okay, so rather than having to sit there and go through and edit a PowerPoint and then save the image, that kind of thing, he has the pre-made slides. We can have one more down here. Now you don't want to just click it and make a change, especially if you're live streaming right then and there, because let's say you're in the middle of a meeting and you need to make a change. So we're in the middle of the meeting, I need to make a change at scene 7 here, but I don't want to click on scene 7, okay? You're right, I want Anthony to do it. Okay, so right click on scene 7, and then click Preview Editor. See, it opened this whole other window. Now this is going on outside of XSplit. It is still XSplit, but it's not interrupting the live production. Oh, you can't see it because XSplit is not, it's showing you what is, hold on. Let me make an adjustment here. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I was doing the application, not the whole screen. So let me find screen 1, share. There we are. Okay. So now you can see it. So this is the preview editor. Oh, let me hide that. Yeah, we'll do it again. More. Okay. Hold on. Let me hide floating meeting controls. And close this. Okay. So meeting's live right now. Okay. It's live. Okay, I'm just going on that one. So the meeting's live. I don't want to move away from this slide, but I need to make an adjustment because lunch is coming. They just told me what time it's going to be. I can make an adjustment now while they're still talking. I can jump away from that and go to scene 7. I will have him right-click on the button, not left-click, right-click, and then click on Preview Editor. Before we go on.
Would this do the same thing? This arrow down? Will it scroll down to like scene 7? This arrow down?
Try it.
No. Okay. Adding it.
Okay, so yeah, you just hit the little plus symbol if you want to add a scene. Okay, so you don't want to click on that because that means you just switch to a black screen midstream. Yeah, and then you'd open, Preview Editor. Okay, so now you can do the same functionality you did on the other one. Okay, you can name it. So let's name it Lunch Slide. Or just Lunch. Okay, and hit Enter. That part's done. Now add source. Okay, image file. And go ahead and select slide number 5, I believe is typically the lunch slide. And go ahead and click open. Okay, we'll return from lunch at, and it's blank, but we would have done that. So then remember the little 4 square at the bottom right. Yeah, there you go. Well, it changes because of the size. The size is now much larger. So there you go. Boom, lunch. So now it's in that preview. So now go ahead and X this out. Just close it, and it'll ask if you want to save when you close it. And you want to say yes. Okay, so the meeting was not interrupted. That all happened outside of the meeting recording. Okay, so, but now you can see at the bottom, he has a lunch. Go ahead and click it. Boom. That's up. It's ready to roll. It's right over the top of it. It's very little fuss. It makes a very easy transition. And again, you guys can reference this video that we're making for this to check in on this. So what was the other thing you want to do at end credits? Or an end roll? Sure, okay, so, I'm actually, I don't know if I have end credits on this computer, but we probably do, I'd imagine, a video somewhere on there. Yeah, I was going to say, that's actually could be something good to show as well on the thing is showing, creating one. Oh, great, then I'll show you that as well. So yeah, so we'll do.
So I can create these end rolls ahead of time. I just.
Well, yeah.
I think I have.
You have
for
started
you.
doing that. You have.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know if everybody else used them.
So I was going to say probably I'm the only one currently using them aside from maybe Hank or a couple others, but it is what I'm trying to teach going forward as the way we move forward to have a nice clean thing. Because PowerPoint, using the application to do the end roll, it can get a little like slowed down. Sometimes it buffers a little bit, especially for sharing it to Zoom. But if we're just putting it right into XSplit as a final recording for the production, I like to have a nice clean, just a video. We actually add a video. So real quick, I don't think there's one in this folder, but I'm actually going to show you just how to make one real quick. Because we're here. It's not something we'll probably have to do in the field, but it takes 2 seconds to show you, so I'll just do it. So I'm going to open this one here, and we'll just use an enroll from wherever. No, wait, that's just slides. I need an actual PowerPoint. Let's see. Boy, I sure made a lot of slides for that one. Yeah, come up to the mic and talk about that while I'm trying to find this, please.
Just the system that I do, just me. When I take the flash drive and I'm copying all the stuff from the flash drive onto the computer, I put it in the top right corner of the desktop. So I move everything everywhere else. So if you're with me and you're trying to figure out where is our new, where's the CG, where's the PowerPoint, It's in the top right corner. That's where I put it every time. That's me. So.
Okay, so you can see here, oh, Travis got something good.
Also, don't be afraid to delete old stuff on the desktop. I do that a lot, and sometimes it's like a lot of them accumulate, and it just kind of cleans it up and makes it less confusing.
We have computers with saved video from 2019 still hanging around and before. So I absolutely understand that. So typically what I would do is make a copy of the PowerPoint first and make a new folder for it. And then I would get rid of the first 5 slides because that's just, you know, open slide up to lunch. But you can do it other ways. You can just select the slides you want, but I feel, what the hell's going on over there? Okay.
Sorry, just to confuse things more.
Let's do that.
In part of this process, I was going to make a PowerPoint just called Enroll.
Yep.
That will not require deleting anything. It'll only have the ones you need.
Okay.
So, but that'll be in the future here.
That'll be in the future. So currently, let's just make the assumption we had that one. I'm just going to do this. Okay. So what we have is just our Enroll slides in this PowerPoint. Let's say we started from that point, that it just had the Enroll slides. So from here on is just the slides you need for your actual end credits. Okay, and I want to make a video. So all I have to do is click File, Export, right here on the left. It's right underneath Share. Export, create a video. Okay, and you can set the seconds on how long you want each slide to go. Now, auto selects 5, Dakota likes 8.5, whereas I like 8, but you know, it's to each their own. You know, so I tip. Well, yeah, let's pick a standard. Well, let's not arbitrarily pick one. Let's discuss that. But for, yeah, but for the. Okay, well, we'll find that information out and go with that. Absolutely, absolutely. We'd definitely like enough time for them to read it. So I'm just going to pick an arbitrary time for today. See, I felt 5 was a little fast, but that's me. Now about that, yes. So I'm gonna go ahead and click. I'm gonna move on, and just so now I've set my time and click Create Video. Now at the bottom, you see it'll ask me to name it and where to put it, and I'm just gonna put it on the desktop. Okay, and it's gonna be DSC24031.mp4, and then I'm gonna click Save. And you can actually see where it's doing it down here. There's a little progress bar, creating video. I don't know if you guys can see that very well on the screen. If anyone's even paying attention right now. Okay, good. So at the bottom where the cursor's moving, see that? See the little progress bar? That is showing you it's creating a video right now. Now it's taking a little longer on this computer because it's doing multiple processes. It has Zoom running, XSplit running. It has multiple processes running at once. So it's actually taking a little time to actually add this video. So, but in a minute here it'll be done, and then we'll add that in. Wow, it's about 2/3 now. Go ahead, Cree.
So this is your encoder that goes out to CalSpan also? Okay. But how's that connection?
So in what way do you mean connection? It's, okay, this one is not connected physically to any video or audio in the room. It is connected to the Zoom and catching it down the line on a separate Zoom, the video and the audio, and then streaming that out. Which of course adds in audio and video latency. You know, so yes, we were discussing that a little bit earlier. So yeah. It'll be streaming the same way. I think CJ has something for this here. I'll let him come up and say a word on this. Yes.
So low in-room latency. Ideally, you want to do direct connection if you can. Zoom is second best. XSplit is going to be the worst. There's a pretty significant delay between us streaming and it showing up on our website.
Thank you. Yes, there's a 40-second delay, and it can be much shorter depending on internet speed and what you're using to stream. Yeah, so we're going to let Anthony jump back on here. So we have Enroll. We've named it Enroll. Start from the beginning. Okay, yes, we could do that. Okay, so let's close that out. Yeah. No, you don't want to save it this time because we're starting from the beginning. Okay, XSplit. Okay? And remember, right-click, preview editor. Are you guys seeing, you're following along? Yep, okay, great. Okay, so then, yeah, we'll name it end roll or end credits, whatever you prefer. Scroll, you're fun. Okay. There we go. I like it. Yes, something like that. So then add source, and you want to choose video file. Since it's a video, now it's a video file. And not that one, that's a different one. So then we're going to desktop, or yeah, just click desktop, yeah. And it should be the one DSC01, top one right there. We just named it that. So that one, click open. And there's actually a little thing, I'm glad actually we got to this point. There is a little thing to adjust. One is you make it larger. It's not playing because we're in a preview. So go ahead and hit settings. At the bottom there, sorry, scroll to the bottom right next to rename. There you go, click that. Okay, and then right here, there's a couple important choices. So you see play, it says once. When finished, it says rewind. I want you to click that. The drop down, yeah, that one for rewind, and change it to do nothing, just nothing. Okay, and then there's also a little checkbox that says remember playback position. I want you to uncheck that. Okay, and there's a very important reason. That means, so if I was to activate that input and then jump off of it for some reason, if I came back, it would remember where I jumped off of it at. I want it to just auto restart anytime I click it because it's a credit roll. So that's why we... Yeah, play on scene, enter, play once, and then do nothing. So that tells it all you need to know. So then you'd click OK, because that means we've set the settings to it. Okay, and then go ahead and close it and save it. And then go ahead and click end. I'm not even going to try to say that word. Scroll Budokan. There we go. Boom. Suddenly, those slides we made are now up. They're automatically playing at a simple button push. Look at that. Some names we recognize right there. Okay, it's automatically playing, automatically rolling. It's clean. There is no clipping from PowerPoint. There's no buffering from an application. It is a direct video that we're just playing added on to our production. So it's clean, it's crisp, it has a very nice fade passing through. It looks good. It's rolling on our stream. It can be going into Zoom at the same time. That's not a problem. Shared through another computer. We can share a video. We can do whatever we want from that. But this one's just from XSplit, just for that final clean recording. And then that's done in a minute. Well, it's almost done, but yeah.
Yeah, it would be good if we could, I would think, in TV or in TV land, back callers. Yeah, good. All right. The old days, it was what was playing on the TV. It was called Program Out, okay, or just Program. That's the final. That has to be perfection, okay? No, nothing that you don't want to be seen, any of this preparation, any of the upstream stuff can ever go out to that line, okay? That was the rule back in early TV days, okay? So what we're doing now is, I was just trying to tally it up. We're absolutely simulcasting. We're really kind of tri-casting because what's showing in the room on these screens, I think, is sometimes different than what's showing on Zoom or showing on the webcast. Webcast is king to us. However, webcast and Zoom have to be the same because of the interparticipation.
Yeah, actually, it is the same thing pretty much across both. Typically, it is only the one thing being seen across all three. Only very recently has there been any adjustment to that at all in a couple of meetings I've done where it's different in the room versus different in the thing, and that is because of specific recommendations or requests from agency. 90% of the time, it is only the main output going across all streams. So it's most of the time it's just our one picture going out. Where we've recently, in research and development with vMix, you know, as we're going through with that, there is a way to have different things see different things that fit them better or suit them better, but we have not really gotten into that realm at all. That's not what, you know, so this meeting.
That really shouldn't happen.
I know, and that's what I'm saying.
In an overall, you know, concept here, that all screens should see the same, and they're not all streams, they're castings, okay?
I 100% agree with you, but specifically what I'm talking about is for a further down iteration of Zoom, not Zoom, vMix, in which we would be switching, I've shown you before, an input mixture, where just like we were talking about how you have a single output or throughput and Zoom is kind of the last endpoint because we're kind of controlled by that. One thing
only because we've chosen that to be our recording methodology right now.
But where I'm getting to with that discussion is further on down the line, I have a dream and a hope that we will be able to take that back from Zoom. And we can do that by choosing Zoom as one of our inputs. But then also, you know, that way we're choosing when Zoom goes up, when Zoom goes down, as well as what's in the room. This, of course, is not something we're teaching today, nothing we're doing today. This is just a discussion. But the only difference there and where you'd see a changeover is that we would swap what Zoom sees from our main output to be just Cam 5 versus seeing itself coming back in, just like an audio mix minus mix, a video mix minus mix.
Right, and we could never get caught by the audio determines video auto switching system in
100%.
Zoom.
And that's why my goal is to get to that system.
Right.
So that we then can make those determinations and not be caught out cold by those. So that one day, that is my hope, but that is not where we are yet. Well, we're getting there. We're very close, but we're not quite there. So that is why we're just sticking to the basic, what we know now, and keeping that one through line.
The one exception that we did have pre-COVID was what was in the room is that the board and staff would want to see a presentation full-time while the audience screens would actually be playing an end of basically our program out to web stream. So if we were shifting back and forth between a presenter and the presentation, they would see that in the audience, but the board would continuously see the PowerPoint. Okay, that was the only exception. This multiple castings thing is part of what's making it all a lot harder.
Well, and we're staying away from multiple casting as much as possible. You know, we're moving forward on making sure the one main output stays the same through all of them.
Right.
And that's 100% what we're sticking to, because I agree with you, multicasting.
And the reasoning for
ridiculous.
that here, to just give, you know, the full, basis of it, is that we do, at the point that the meeting ends, become the legal minutes of record. So there can't be any records out there that have discrepancies. You see what I'm saying?
Let me get this going. I actually thought of a good metaphor here, just to kind of go with what specifically XSplit is for. And I see we're all falling asleep now, so I'm going to zap it up a little bit here. All right. Wake up. Okay. Probably none of you, with the exception of Steve and other Steve, and me, and maybe Anthony, have ever used a rock polisher. I don't know if you, okay, there we go. Couple people, rock polishers, there we go. So in geology, you can find, you can find gems, you can find rocks, they require polishing. If I was to give you a metaphor, I would say to think of XSplit as a rock polisher. No matter, you still have the rock. That's our main through line of filming. From our cameras, that is our rough cut. You put them through XSplit, that's a rock polisher. It cleans it up, it makes it presentation worthy, okay? It makes it look clean, attractive, and professional. That is the point of what XSplit does, and what vMix will be able to do the same, okay? vMix can do everything it can do. Eventually, it will be at that point where it is controlling that sequence as well. But right now, we're just teaching the basic functionalities of keeping it clean, keeping it stable. And as we follow through that line of making it all go the same way, we will make adjustments to keep it going that way with less complex function. I'll say that. Any other questions for me?
Could we say it then that Zoom is your rock that you're putting through XSplit, your rock polisher process? No?
No.
Okay.
Zoom is, if anything, we do try to keep a somewhat polished view into Zoom with the camera settings, but I don't ever look at it as my final. Some of us do, some of us have used it as the final.
No, XSplit is your final, right?
XSplit is my final every time.
Okay.
Because I can make it look the way I want it to make it look, so that it has a beginning, middle, and finish with credits on it the way we should be doing professionally.
Okay, I got a good idea what XSplit is. That'll
Oh,
help
okay,
for
good.
XSplit.
Wonderful,
I'm not really
wonderful.
sure
That's
about
what I
Zoom
was
yet,
hoping.
but maybe as long as XSplit is our final output and it's clean, that's the
Yes.
goal.
Yeah, that's the goal. It also makes one of our smallest recording files, which it works better for us on the server, makes things a little cleaner. So and again, I can't stress this enough. If you do it right the first time on XSplit, you don't have to edit. Okay, limiting editing as much as possible is one of our goals. I'm not saying sacrifice anything to get to that point, but I'm saying being attentive and paying, just giving it your all on that one. If I follow this through line and make sure it's going at, there's only so many breaks. There's only so many moments where we stop recording, really, and you just need to pay attention when it begins and when it ends, really. So, yeah. Any other questions for me? We're good. Okay. Is there any questions not regarding XSplit or vMix anyone would like to ask that are generally related to AV in some fashion? Okay, I figured I'd better put that last rider on there just in case. Okay, I'd like it. Time is moving on with us here. I don't know if I want to get too much into troubleshooting right now. I was going to actually have a discussion with CJ on maybe some IP stuff. But we'll see. I'd actually like you guys to go ahead and just spend a little time looking at vMix and maybe XSplit over here on this computer as well. And just kind of talk amongst yourselves on that for a little while, and we'll go on from there. Thank you guys so much.
I eventually was going to have a question about van kits and van maintenance. Eventually.
Not today. Let me throw this in here real quick. It was never my intention to cover every aspect of our jobs at this training. My main goal of function was this clean through line of XSplit and vMix, and how the two come together and we can have a clean production. There is general stuff I need to go over with people at any given time, and it's hard to narrow it down to one group of people or one person. The way we pack things up matters. The way we roll cables matters. The way we treat our equipment matters. Okay, all of us knows this. We're all adults. We don't have a conversation about it. When I open a van and I find a dolly's been chucked on top of a pile of monitors, I'm like, okay, well, this isn't great. And I understand. You come off a 16 to 22 hour shoot, which is rarer these days, but that many hours, you're exhausted. You just want to go home. Taking the extra second to be just a little more careful with our fragile gear is always useful. So I appreciate anyone who takes the extra time. That's what I'll say. Van maintenance is really something that will be more, that is actually something as well. I forgot to mention it. Thank you, Anthony. I mentioned bringing that up. Van maintenance is something I'm looking after more these days, and I'm actually trying to get a bit more of a hold of, and I apologize if it's been a problem in the past. But also, I believe there are some pads of paper and some pens. I would like anyone who would like additional training, and on what specifically. You can just say general training if you'd like, but if you'd like something in a more specific zone, audio, frequency adjusting, IP conflicts, anything like that, I'd like you to make a separate little slip and set that aside or hand it to me today. I will make a list. We will address that either by me coming on a shoot with you and spending more time specific on it, or on having another guided training like this one. Because I'd really love to expand anywhere where you're feeling like you could use a little bit of adjustment. For me, it's audio. Adjusting out audio frequencies has never been my strong suit. I'm still struggling with it to this day, and I'll admit that freely. I lean heavily on anyone with audio experience to help me in that regard. So that's an area where I need advanced training. But yeah, if we can get a handle on that and make you guys feel more comfortable by coming and saying, hey, I could use help with this, let's advance that a little bit. I'd love to be a part of that and help further that along. Okay, so let's take some time to play with the equipment and call it a day. Thank you guys so much. Oh, yes. There's a t-shirt list at the front. Please write the size of your t-shirt so we can get new company shirts in that fit you, and hats.